Council of May 5th, 2023. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon, not yet present. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, not yet present. Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Very good. And we have a report. We have an item to read, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 1, fiscal year 2024 recommended operating and capital budget.
Very good. Ms. Parenteau.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm delighted to be here today to present our FY24 and 25 budget. I'm joined today by Diego Martin, our finance analyst, Cameron Benson, our Creeks and Water Quality Manager, Lorraine Cruz Carpenter, our Environmental Services Manager, and Jefferson Litton, our brand new Energy and Climate Manager. Next slide. This is a quick overview of what we're going to be covering today. So a little bit of background on our department, including some recent organizational changes, some highlights, priorities, and financial information, and then our core objectives for the next year. Next slide. Again. So the department is organized under the principles of supporting a sustainable and thriving Santa Barbara through resource management, air and water quality improvements, natural working lands improvements, and carbon neutrality targets. We have 3 divisions and 4 operating funds that you're going to hear about today. We have the Creeks Division, which is a special fund, the Environmental Services Division, which is an enterprise fund, Santa Barbara Clean Energy was also an enterprise fund, and then the Energy and Climate Fund, which is an internal service fund. Next slide, please. This is an overview of how our department is organized. We have 2 programs that serve the entire department, including the admin support staff, and one that we're proposing to develop this year, our Community Engagement Division. We then have our 3 operational divisions, Creeks and Water Quality, Environmental Services, and Energy and Climate, which each handle a variety of programs dedicated to the sustainability of Santa Barbara. We did move in we're proposing to move in this budget, the Creeks Division from the Parks and Rec Department to the Sustainability and Resilience Department, as well as the Mobility Coordinator, which is currently housed in Public Works. These really just support that overall thriving and sustainable Santa Barbara. In FY24, as I just mentioned, we're also proposing to create our Community Engagement Division. Some of this reorganization was couched in the synergies happening between all of these work groups, including code enforcement, outreach and education, regulatory efforts. And so we're proposing to group those together in one Community Engagement Division that will really have a holistic approach to presenting sustainability initiatives to the community. Next slide, please. We have a couple of staffing changes proposed in this budget, including 1 new administrative position that will provide a higher level of administrative support to the department. We have some reorganization among our work groups where we're distributing some of our positions among those 3 operational divisions I just mentioned, including the director position and the admin positions. And then we have some reclasses proposed. With this reorganization, we're looking to align positions doing same or similar work under the same classes. So those are proposed within this budget. Next slide, please. You've heard us say this before, and it's worth repeating. You know, we are the Sustainability and Resilience Department, but this city is tremendous in its culture of sustainability, and the work is really happening throughout the organization. We want to acknowledge our partners throughout the city that are doing really, really great work in this space. And we look forward to collaborating with them and growing and enhancing those efforts. Next slide, please. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Benson.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Cameron Benson. I'm the Creeks Division Manager, and today I'll be presenting the proposed fiscal year 24 and 25 Creeks Division budget. I'd like to start out talking about a few of our key priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. First of all, we're going to be expanding our water quality sampling and research programming. Specifically, we're going to be doing some automated data collection in our creeks, and that's both for water quality as well as for flow purposes. And we're going to be collaborating with some other agencies, including our own Public Works Department, but also the Santa Barbara County Flood Control District and USGS on those efforts. We're also continuing to work on our DNA-based source tracking research program to eliminate sources of pollution, water pollution throughout the city. We're going to continue to work with UCSB on that effort. And then we are initiating a new microplastics research effort, which we just received a grant through NOAA and their Sea Grant program, and we're going to be looking at what benefits we can provide through street sweeping for microplastics removal before it reaches the creeks and ocean. And so that's a large collaborative effort, also with UCSB, with Sea Grant, and with some other nonprofit agencies from around the state. And that's a nice segue into the next bullet point, which is the residential street sweeping program. The Creeks Division is proposing to take over the residential portion of the street sweeping program starting in FY24. That will include administration of the program and the contract with the street sweeping contractor. Will also include all of the community engagement and outreach work associated with that program. We are also planning to begin a new pollution prevention public service announcement campaign, so we'll be starting to develop that this summer. That's a campaign to educate the community about water pollution prevention behaviors, and that will be a television, radio, digital, and print media campaign. And then lastly, I want to talk about our capital program. We have a significant increase in our proposed capital transfer this year to help us restore our capital program to sort of our pre-pandemic levels. And so this is a table showing our proposed allocations for capital projects. This table and the proposed dollar amounts were reviewed and approved by the Creeks Advisory Committee back in October, and I think the council saw this list as part of the overall capital improvement program for the city in a presentation in February. And you can see those totals have increased. We've increased over $1 million in our proposed transfer for FY24 versus the current year. All of these many of these programs will be moving forward. They're moving generally all through the planning, permitting, environmental review, and then implementation phases. A couple I wanted to call out that are going to be coming up very quickly include the Mission Creek restoration at Oak Park. We're heading into our final design on that project, and hopefully we'll be in the construction or implementation phase this fall. And Lower Mission Creek restoration project is moving forward. That project will include a property acquisition as part of the implementation of that project, and then we're partnering with Public Works and with the Santa Barbara County Flood Control District on the Sycamore Creek restoration project that will also provide some flood benefit in Lower Sycamore Creek. And with that, I will turn it over to Diego Martin to talk about the numbers.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I will be walking through the financial overview slides for our department today. This first slide shows the sources of revenue for the Creeks Fund. As you may know, Measure B is a 2% transient occupancy tax dedicated to creeks restoration and water quality improvement. This particular revenue has seen significant growth in FY23, and according to Finance's projection, should see slight growth again in FY24. In the other revenues category, as Mr. Benson mentioned, Creeks will be assuming operational control of the residential street sweeping program, and a portion of parking citation revenue will be allocated to Creeks starting next year. This next slide shows the recommended appropriations in FY24. The fiscal year 23 column shows what staff project to actually spend by the end of the current year, which may include some savings, particularly in the salaries and benefits area. The fiscal year 24 column shows the requested appropriation or the upper limit of what staff will be authorized to spend. Like you may see in other department proposals, changes in salaries and benefits include changes in anticipated salary increases, step increases, increases in pension liability costs, and other changes related to compensation. In Creeks in particular, the changes to salary and benefits include, as Ms. Parento outlined earlier, a portion of the new administrative position, the reallocation of certain department-wide positions, and the alignment of salaries for positions doing similar or the same work. As you can see in the supplies and services line item, this is where you will see the increases related to the residential street sweeping program. One of the larger initiatives found in the equipment category will be the purchase and deployment of new water quality monitoring equipment that we're particularly excited about. And finally, again, due to the significant increase in TOT in the current year, as Mr. Benson spoke to, staff is proposing a significant increase in the transfer to the capital program, which would restore the capital program to pre-pandemic levels. The second year of the two-year budget is largely status quo, with increases in salaries, benefits, and inflationary adjustments for most other line items. This is counterbalanced slightly by a slight decrease in the transfers to the capital program in the second year. I will now turn it over to Ms. Cruz Carpenter, who will share the priorities of the Environmental Services Division.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. Lorraine Cruz Carpenter, Environmental Services Manager. And as you know, the Environmental Services Division manages the solid waste utility that handles collection and disposal of refuse and recyclables for the city. The division also conducts outreach to the community to promote waste reduction and administers the Clean SB program focused on cleanup of litter, abandoned waste, and cleanup of encampments. In FY24, the priorities for the division will be, first, implementation of the new franchise agreement, including working with Marburg to onboard a dedicated city liaison and set up processes and reporting on new and existing programs with that person. We'll also be rolling out the new bulky items collection service to include large residential units and develop related outreach campaigns and information. We'll be conducting coordination of the new household hazardous waste collection events and development of outreach on the upcoming curbside cart collection program. In FY24, we'll also be conducting a franchise fee study to evaluate and analyze the impact of the solid waste collection service on the municipal infrastructure. Costs of the related impacts will be compared to current fee revenues, and the study will explore options for any possible cost recovery needs. The division will also evaluate options for the future management of the closed landfill at Elings Park. The landfill gas monitoring system there is reaching the end of its expected lifespan, and the closed landfill is reaching the end of the typical post-closure regulatory period. So for these reasons, the city will have our consultants evaluate our options for development of a post-landfill closure compliance plan that could be presented to regulators. And last, under the new franchise agreement, Marburg will be compensated for collection services in accordance with the cost per unit rate structure, and staff will work on developing that rate structure this fiscal year. Next slide, please. In FY24, the division will continue our work on the Clean SB program, which is designed to proactively monitor and clean up litter, abandoned waste, shopping carts, and encampments throughout the city. And we've just hired new hourly staff that will be key in that proactive work, monitoring hotspots. And the goal is to identify cleanup needs and issue work orders before they are reported as a complaint. Hourlies will also assist with helping to run volunteer cleanup events and outreach on cleanup issues. And this coming fiscal year, we'll also pilot use of cameras in areas where illegal dumping has been a persistent problem in the past, and cameras are intended to assist with enforcement and act as a deterrent. Also, in order to comprehensively address cleanup issues, the division will utilize a combination of power washing and some limited fencing and landscaping to make long-term change in those target locations. And last, we will continue our monthly volunteer cleanup events that have been successful in building a community partnership, and we'll be launching a new community service volunteer program for students. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Martin.
Mr. Mayor, council members, hello again. This slide displays the changes in the estimated revenues for next fiscal year. As Ms. Cruz Carpenter outlined, implementing the new franchise agreement will begin in the new fiscal year. And changes in the new agreement includes both real programmatic changes and changes of the more technical accounting variety. So, for example, the solid waste fees for hauling, processing, and disposal, that is, the fees that are collected and are eventually passed through to Marburg and the county, include real increases embedded in the rates related to both changes in CPI and county tipping fees, but also includes changes to technical accounting for the treatment of Marburg's franchise fee, which is why you see a rather large increase there. Solid waste fees for city programs are driven by both rate increases and the cost drivers of city-administered programs, which includes salaries, benefits, and other administrative costs. In the grant area, we have one grant related to the implementation of SB 1383 that was received in the current fiscal year and is a one-off grant from the state. And in the other revenues category, again, this decrease is largely a result of the new franchise agreement, and some technical accounting changes really is the bulk of that decrease in that line item. This slide shows the recommended appropriation in fiscal year 24. This one is a little tricky to explain, so bear with me, as both the franchise implementation and changes in accounting treatment means there's a lot of moving pieces here. But I think overall it's important to know that this is essentially a status quo budget. The division is not asking for additional money for additional new services, but this effectively reflects the additional costs of performing the same services next year. Starting with salary and benefits, as I mentioned previously, the FY23 column is what staff project to be actually spent by the end of the year. And particularly for salaries and benefits, these include savings from vacancies that we experienced throughout this year. Actual increases in FY24 include expected salary increases, step increases, changes in pension liability costs, and others being felt citywide, which I'm sure you'll hear more about throughout these presentations, as well as some unique increases for our department, including, again, the portion of the one additional requested position and the reallocation of administrative staff. Clean SB and camp abatement costs are major work initiatives of the department and will receive slightly additional resources meant to keep up with the increasing cost of service. The reduction in the other supplies and services line are largely related to the grant-related expenditures that are going away next fiscal year. As well, we had some contract work related to the franchise negotiation and related initiatives that were one-time in nature in FY22 and 23 that will be no longer needed in 24. So the collection, processing, and disposal are the costs related to Marburg for hauling service and to the county for processing and disposal. For Marburg, while the overall compensation is being held flat next year, it does include a change, again, in the accounting treatment for the franchise fee, which makes up about $2.6 million in year-over-year costs. For the county, we priced in a 3.5% increase for the increased tipping fee for next year. Like in Creeks, the FY25 proposed budget is largely a status quo budget, which has been adjusted for expected cost of service increases. There are no new major programmatic initiatives or staff increases proposed at this time, but staff will reevaluate at this time next year. So here's one of my favorite slides. This slide shows the solid waste fund reserves, and it tells an interesting story about the solid waste program. As some of you may remember, in the middle of the 2010s, in an effort to mitigate fee increases related to the opening of the county's Resource Recovery Center, this city dipped pretty significantly into reserves. And beginning in 2020 and into 2022, we included a reserves recovery component of the rates to get back where we need to be. Then, this past fall, you adopted staff's recommended reserve policy that covers the general fund as well as enterprise funds like ours. This increased policy reserve target is 25% of operating expenses, which staff believes is appropriate for this fund. We are holding this reserve number more or less flat in the budget period in an effort to mitigate rate disruptions, but plan to slowly build those back to policy in the coming years. And with that, I will turn it over to Jefferson Litton, our new Energy and Climate Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and fellow council members. My name is Jefferson Litton, and today marks my 15th day at the city as the city's Energy and Climate Manager. I've been spending the last 3 weeks working diligently to get up to speed on all the initiatives that the division is working on. And I must say that I'm quite impressed with the projects that we are working on and the excellent staff work that I've seen. It's an honor to be here at the city, and it's an honor to be before you today. Next slide, please. Digging into our priorities for the year, the first priority is the completion and the adoption of the city's Climate Action Plan. The Climate Action Plan will provide the roadmap to achieve the county's aspirational goal of carbon neutrality by 2035. To date, the draft measures have been drafted, reviewed by every city department, and as well as presented to the Sustainability Committee. Currently, we are working with our consultant on a technical report which will analyze the efficacy and costs of key measures. This report will inform a prioritization of measures and help develop an implementation plan for the CAP. We are expecting public release of the CAP this summer and hope to have the Climate Action Plan back before the council for adoption by the end of 2023. Moving on to EV infrastructure, staff continues to work on improving EV infrastructure across the entire city for both the public and for our municipal fleet. We are currently implementing 2 grants to add new chargers at locations including, but not limited to, the Harbor, the East Side Library, Ortega Garage, and the airport. Reducing emissions from the building stock remains a huge priority of the division and is a key component of our Climate Action Plan. The middle image in this slide depicts the Granada Garage, where we will soon be installing a solar array atop that in the coming months. The bottom image is a rendering of the new police station, which is being designed with the goal of being a zero net carbon building. We are actively working with city departments to find any and all opportunities for increasing on-site generation, battery storage, or decarbonizing facilities. With both Inflation Reduction Act and state incentives, there are a wide variety of grant funding available to fund these improvements. Climate and adaptation is another main focus on the division. I will touch more on sea level rise in the next slide. As far as resilience hubs, the Franklin Center and the East Side Library was named in a resilience hub grant, which is receiving funding for a site audit and to identify potential improvements at the site. Resilience hubs can serve as cooling centers, hubs for services and resource distribution before, during, and after natural disasters, heat events, and PSPS shutdowns. Our division is currently exploring a grant which could fully fund additional solar on the site, a battery storage backup system, and potentially even a microgrid, which would allow the hub and the neighboring buildings to continue to serve the community in times of power outages. Next slide, please. The majority of the city's emissions are from the transportation sector. Achieving carbon neutrality by 2035 will require a combination of a significant reduction of vehicle miles traveled and reducing the emissions from our modes of travel. This is achieved through a combination of infrastructure improvements, such as those laid out in the city's bicycle master plan, and programs such as B-Cycle and Work Trip. To lead these programs in the division, we moved the mobility coordinator position from Public Works into Energy and Climate. While this position is housed in Energy and Climate, it will continue to help support active transportation efforts coming out of the Public Works Department. On the topic of sea level rise and adaptation, we created the Resilience Program Supervisor. Under this leadership, the division has secured significant Coastal Commission and Coastal Conservancy grants. These grants will be before your council next month for adoption, and they will help support the hiring of additional staff and implementation as we look to protect the city's key waterfront infrastructure. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Martin to walk you through the numbers.
Mr. Mayor, council members, the Energy and Climate Division is largely funded by internal charges to other departments. As we will discuss later in the presentation, we may be moving away from that strategy in the future, but for now, there are two primary allocations. The first covers the cost of program salaries, benefits, allocated costs, and a small budget for program funding. And the second allocation covers the cost of utilities, electrical energy, natural gas, specifically for general fund and related departments. In other revenues, this year includes certain grant funds that we have for the division. And next year will also include revenues related to the work trip program and other mobility programs that is coming to us from Public Works. This slide summarizes the proposed expenditures for the Energy and Climate Management Fund. When looking at salary and benefits, there's the usual caveat that the FY23 column is what we expect to actually spend in FY23, which for this team includes a significant amount of salary savings. Indeed, the team, when this year started, was one manager and 2 staff and several vacancies, and will start the next year with 1 manager and 5 staff. Somewhat unusually, however, is that we expect to spend a significant time on large grant-funded projects, which will capture those salaries and benefits in a different grant fund. So we are counting on a good chunk of salary savings in this fund next year, despite being fully staffed. Further, as we go into additional detail later on in the presentation, we have begun shifting some employee costs to our clean energy program in FY24, and there may be additional opportunities to do that further in the future. You may notice that the utility cost line looks a little unusual, and you would be right. Typically, we budget pretty conservatively on energy and natural gas costs with incremental changes year over year based on usage, and either roll over any savings into the following year or reprogram those savings for energy efficiency projects. This year, as Ms. Parenteau will go into in some additional detail in a moment, there's been a high degree of volatility in energy prices. The $1.9 million shown is our full revised budget. There is a good chance that these costs will exceed budget by the end of the year. And if that happens, staff will look to various options we may have in the current year to cover those increases, likely during the fourth quarter interim process. Additionally, despite a year-over-year appropriation increase in FY24, meaning that what you see in FY23 is both the FY23 appropriation plus some unused budget from the prior year, there may be the need for additional action in the FY24 budget if energy prices shows the same level of volatility next year. As for other supplies and services, that is where you will see the new costs related to the work trip and active transportation programs, which again is coming to us from Public Works. Like with the other programs, the FY25 proposed budget is largely status quo, and the increases reflect the cost of providing the same level of service a year from now. Like I mentioned previously, however, there will be likely an opportunity to move some of the additional costs to the clean energy program, and staff will reevaluate that point at this point next year. So here's a look at the combined reserves for our operating and capital programs. As you can see, it's a little tight heading into the end of next year, but as I mentioned, I see there may be some additional saving opportunities in salary and benefits because of the grant work that we'll be doing. But overall, I think we're in good shape here. And I will now turn it over to Ms. Parenteau, who will talk a little bit about Santa Barbara Clean Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Well, we've made it through one full operational year of Santa Barbara Clean Energy, which is very exciting. It wasn't without its bumps, and I'm going to start with those before I head into priorities. I wanted to provide a snapshot of SBC's lifespan and what happened in the energy markets during that time. So as you can see from the chart, we launched in late 2021 and then pretty much saw immediate volatility with the energy market, ending with an unprecedented spike in late 2022, starting in September, and then even through the beginning of this year. So with that, it's been a wild ride managing SBCE, but your thoughtful leadership and our very experienced and dedicated crew of consultants has made this much less painful than it could have been, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But what's causing this crazy market? Well, really, it's weather. We've had unprecedented heat waves in the fall and then unprecedented cold weather in the winter, both of which put pressure on the energy markets. The heat waves, obviously, air conditioning load spikes dramatically, and then in the winter, natural gas use spikes dramatically, which is actually how most of California creates its electricity. So it creates a cost pressure on other energy sources. Additionally, there have been infrastructure issues. The El Paso pipeline explosion that was experienced in Arizona actually provides about 60% of California's natural gas. And so with that out of commission, natural gas stores decreased dramatically. And then geopolitical events. You wouldn't think that the war in Ukraine would really affect us quite this much here at home, but it does. We do not purchase any natural gas from the Ukraine, but Mexico does, and that puts additional cost pressure on our resources. So all of this has been affecting pricing pretty dramatically, and we're seeing record rate increases from the investor-owned utilities like Edison. I go into that in a moment. But what that has meant is that SBCE, for any exposure or unpurchased energy at any given time, really has had some tough cost that it's faced. Luckily, we have a very high hedging policy. Until about a month ago, it was 90%. We required all of our energy load to be 90% hedged, meaning long-term contracts and pre-purchased, which provided a lot of security for us. And a month ago, we changed that to 100%. We were going to be going in and procuring long-term contracts for 100% of our estimated load because we don't expect the volatility to end anytime soon. So what that meant is that we were still a little bit exposed, but much less than others. As an example, that big spike in September, Santa Barbara Clean Energy lost about $1 million, but our neighbors to the north and south, it was in the hundreds of millions. So it could have been much, much worse. Next slide. This is a really, really important graph. So if you can tell, though the line doesn't look super dramatic, if you look at where it starts at 8.5 cents, this is Edison's generation rates, by the way, 8.5 cents in 2019, and today at 15.5 cents, that's 76% increase since 2019 in generation rates. We at SBCE set our rates to Edison, so we're Edison Plus for our carbon-free product, and Edison, the exact same rates as Edison for our Green Start product. And so these rates have impacted our customers as well. That's had the positive impact of providing a more secure pro forma for SBCE, but a negative impact to our customers. So we're looking at that. One positive turn of events is, I don't know if you recall, but when we were launching the CCA, one of the big cost concerns was the purchase cost indifference adjustment, which is the cost we need to pay to Edison for long-term contracts they entered into our customers' behalf. We pulled those customers out of their territory and they're left holding the bag. So we have to make them whole for those. Well, because of the crazy energy markets, they're actually making money off of those contracts, and therefore they pay us for the PCIA, and that has had a dramatic impact on our pro forma. And our most recent joint rate comparison, our Green Start product is actually cheaper than Edison, so that's exciting. We will likely come back to your council after we've had some time to put together and present to the Sustainability Committee a revised rate policy that doesn't revise it dramatically but allows for more flexibility. One of the reasons is that Edison has proposed an additional 10% rate increase for this June, and per our pro forma, SBCE might not need that same level of increase, and therefore we would like some flexibility to toggle down the premium to mitigate some of those cost impacts for our customers. We, like I said, will come back to you, and that won't be a change unless council votes for it, but stay tuned for that. Next, please. So with that being said, what are our priorities for FY24? Well, certainly managing the pro forma. As I just mentioned, it has been highly volatile. In fact, our revenues are slated to come in about $6 to $7 million higher than anticipated. Conversely, our procurement is slated to come in almost $3 million higher as well. What that means, though, is what looked like it was going to be a negative end-of-year balance is actually quite positive. We're we're projecting a $4 million surplus at the end of the year, which will help us fund our reserves, repay the general fund loan, and develop programs and create some rate stability for our customers. We conservatively have put in $300,000 for next year for program pilots. We wanted to kind of wait and see how it all shook out revenue and expenditure-wise, given that volatility. And so we are going to put together some pilot programs for our community, largely supporting the Climate Action Plan strategies and our low-income customers as they come out. But if we do get the $4 million increase, we may come back as opportunities arise and ask for additional program funding to be allocated. And as Mr. Martin shared, we are looking to absorb the Energy and Climate Division within Santa Barbara Clean Energy. We think this fits completely within the purview of Santa Barbara Clean Energy and its rate-setting policy. And as Mr. Martin said, we've started that shift already. All of the reorganization financial changes that took place this year were put under the Santa Barbara Clean Energy Fund, which is why it went from $180,000 in salaries and benefits to $522,000. And each year we will continue shifting those costs until they're no longer an allocated cost to departments, which will create a tremendous general fund savings as well. We are looking to have that complete by fiscal year '26. And of course, we'll begin the general fund loan repayment. We did receive a $2 million general fund loan to start the program, and in FY24 we begin that repayment over a 4-year period.
Mr. Mayor, council members, this slide shows a somewhat slimmed down presentation of revenues and expenditures. The rate revenue, as we discussed, are difficult to project, but our best estimate shows a significant increase in revenues if we maintain the existing rate policy into next year. For expenditures, power procurement is by far our biggest expense. And while Ms. Parento noted, we do contract for a large portion of our energy costs years in advance. So we have a pretty good idea, a pretty good picture of what those costs will be. But that final bit of uncovered costs, or if the load is higher than we expected, we are subject to quite a bit of volatility there, which makes it a little bit difficult to project. But again, this is the best estimate at this time. On the program side, increases includes the added cost of moving positions into the fund, and as covered by Ms. Parento, slight increases to the consultant team we have in place, and an additional, or $300,000 in programming, which will allow us to fund some exciting new programming to customers for the first time. This slide shows the expected changes in FY25 under the status quo policy. And that is offering the same level of service with the same level of positions and programming. SCE rates are expected to decline in FY25 as they catch up on their rate recovery efforts. And with our rates currently tied to SCE rates, our revenue will likely decline a bit as well. So this slide shows our near-term reserve situation. And as you can see, it tells quite a story. From a startup level of reserves at the end of 22, we expect not only to catch up, but to greatly exceed our policy target by the end of FY24, which brings us to our long-term outlook. And again, this graph tells quite a story. It's probably my favorite slide. As you can see from the start, there are several years of slow growth before catching up on reserves. And it's funny, if we were to put this similar slide together even a year ago, we would have seen us catching up on reserves over a much longer time period. Indeed, the recent rate volatility and SCE's rate strategy means that we project to reach our reserve target 3 to 4 years ahead of schedule. So, with that long-term outlook that you see before you, I would offer 2 key takeaways here. First is that because of that tremendous volatility that we talked about, I would stress that these are very difficult to project. So even though this represents our best estimate right now, if you look at this same slide, 6 months from now, you could see slower increases with increased costs or lower than expected revenue. But at the same time, there's a good chance that we would see better revenue and less than expected cost growth. That's also possible. So with that said, and if these projections do hold, I think the key takeaway here is that this graph translates into a tremendous amount of flexibility for council and for staff. This trend, if it holds, allows us the opportunity to absorb additional costs from the Energy and Climate Program which would provide much-needed cost relief to departments citywide, including the general fund. Or it could allow for rate relief for our customers, which Ms. Parento spoke to regarding the need for some rate flexibility. Or it could offer us opportunities for additional programming for our customers that would supercharge the city's path towards the carbon neutrality goal. So because of that volatility, I think we'll be in a better position at this time next year to examine those different options and provide a recommendation for the path forward. And so with that, I will turn it back over to talk about Core 3.
Thank you. And just to wrap up, we wanted to share what we're focusing on for our core objectives this year. Next slide, please. So quickly, we spent a lot of time as a group coming up with something that would really be workable for our group, but also emphasize the need for us to grow homogeneously as a new department. So for Thriving Workforce, one of the resounding pieces of feedback our staff was giving us was the ability to develop professionally and to seek new skills and pathways forward. So we are planning to create a menu of professional development options and actually development plans with our staff to make sure that their pathway is clear, their supervisor knows where they're trying to go, and we're offering valuable services to them. Next slide, please. For innovation, we are going to expand upon the tremendous work that the Environmental Services Division has done with ArcGIS and the community reporting platform for abandoned waste, encampments, et cetera. It has been so successful that we want to broaden its reach to our other work groups. So starting in fiscal year 24, we will look to expand it to at least one topic, whether in creeks or energy or something else in environmental services. So we'll be focusing on that, and we find that as a really powerful community engagement tool. Next slide, please. And we have 2 goals for organizational optimization. As a new department, it's imperative that we really get to know what we each do within our department so that we can provide the best possible customer service both within the city organization and outside of it. So we will spend some time doing some cross-training, presenting to each other and sharing what we're working on. Within our department, we've actually already started this, but we will continue doing it through FY24. And then taking that outward throughout the city organization and really collaborating with other departments to mutually understand both what we do and how that can support them, but also what they're doing and how we can work collaboratively to enhance the city's sustainability work. And with that, I think we're ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you'll bear with me, I'll go backwards so I don't make you jump up and down. So I love the trend on reserves. It's a welcome sign. When you're looking at that last column there in the fiscal year 24 and you're like $3 million, something above the target, when do we really get to play money, to have the resources to do the stuff that I get 1/7 of this? So, on the ground, solar programs for residential or commercials, solar farming, energy storage and distribution systems. When do we really get to that point where we're not just kind of dealing in these, concepts, but we're actually showing a tangible ability to get out and make those improvements that benefit the big picture, but also benefit me personally?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan. That is a fantastic question, and there's a few answers to it.
Okay.
Where I think you're trying to go is, when do we actually get to play with this delta? And the answer is a little bit nuanced, because your council actually approved for us to slow fund our reserve. So we have a couple of options. We could fund it by 2024, or we could parse it out a little bit and put more money towards programs and projects, like you're saying, in the nearer term. That is something that each year we will be bringing both to the Sustainability Committee and then to full council to basically decide. So really soon, according to this graph, the caveat is that this is a point in time calculation. Right. And as we've presented, and I really want to stress, it is bananas out there. I mean, it is changing on the daily. And so, though we're really hopeful, and this has stayed true for a couple of months now, I want to sort of temper expectations a little bit. That being said, we are already doing almost everything you mentioned today without capital outlay. We have our Santa Barbara Home Power Program that's providing batteries and storage projects for free, well, I mean, for an energy cost, but no upfront capital cost to customers, and is being very successful. We have some additional partnership incentives that we've negotiated, and then this first 300,000 will be our dipping our toe in what is our highest and best use of these funds today. We're currently really focused on low income because clearly we want to bring them along on this carbon neutrality journey without adversely affecting them. But this type of projection really gives us a lot more flexibility to hit hard and supercharge, as Mr. Martin said, a lot of the measures that are coming out of the Climate Action Plan, which if we're serious about our carbon neutrality goal, it's going to be very expensive. And so this is great.
And so I'm assuming in a closet somewhere you guys have, these plans going forward, and then when you do hit 6 million or 10 million in above reserves, there are these kind of things like I'm talking about, literally like every residential project that comes is required to do solar, and we help you do solar kind of thing, right?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Jordan. Absolutely. We sort of have big plans. I never see it all going to one place, right? I would imagine that our department would come forward with sort of a suite of options. This year, we think this much money should go to incentives, this much should go to infrastructure, this much should go to rate relief, however that looks. So I think we would try to be really thoughtful based on the climate, pun intended, to be serving our customers in the best possible way. But yes, we have a number of projects. That being said, infrastructure projects are happening today as well. We already have plans to go out for community battery systems that will not only help our community in resilience, but also really help Santa Barbara Clean Energy with its load profile. So these things are already being in the works.
Very fun. On all these slides, when you talk about the 24 to 25 budget, you use a phrase called status quo increases. Not really sure how those two parts of that phrase fit together. Can you explain how you're using that?
Sure, Councilmember Jordan.
Particularly in terms of wages and salaries.
Yes, the status quo increases means assuming the current policy, right? So if we maintain what the current policy is, these are the expected increases. So there might be natural increases for pension costs that we don't really have control over. I know that finance has built in some expected salary increases from the next round of negotiations that might happen that are kind of helping us prepare for. And so those, what I mean by expected status quo increases, I mean, if we stay at the same policy level, these are kind of what we expect to see in terms of the increases.
That'll work. Thank you. And Jefferson, that section, I have no questions, but just want to say welcome aboard. It's a great catch for the city, and I'm happy you escaped to come back and do something full-time that I know you really started with and you enjoy. So,
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jordan.
in the environmental services section, as a frequent participant in those neighborhood cleaning groups, I can tell. The mayor will know this too because we've heard it recently pretty good on the Mesa. In addition to trash, what we're seeing in more places around town is what we're seeing is, particularly this year after the rains, is an explosion in public-private landscaping. But it's not really landscaping, it's like weeds and overgrown stuff. I'm just wondering if you've thought about expanding the kind of structured trash pickups also into something with that would also involve weed whips or something to actually go out and do some mitigation where if you drive down Cliff Drive up till a couple weeks ago, pretty much the weeds in the parkway were 3 feet high. The City College retaining wall all along it had just huge outgrowths of stuff, and all that's been trimmed up lately. But if you look all over town, if you drive down Shoreline sometime as you're coming down from the top down to the stadium down there, lots of overgrowth in what I would call public areas that private people use too. I'm just wondering how hard would it be to start actually focusing on landscaping too? Long story, short question.
Councilmember Jordan, good question. We actually do have a limited amount of weed abatement built into our current contract for litter and and abandoned waste cleanup. We also work to identify private property owners and working with them to abate those weeds on private property. And then, as needed, we'll look and find out what departments, city departments may oversee certain areas that can maintain those areas under their current work and
So there's-
contracts.
There's a real cool example at the Tory Gate of, I'm sure, I don't know if you know or don't know, but Parks and Recs basically had a couple staff members out for a weekend, a Saturday, with probably 75 volunteers from the city to come out, and might still have some blisters on my hand from that. But so I'm hoping maybe you could look for ways to leverage that type of participation where you don't really have to make it a staff-heavy kind of thing. You just have to find a staff, like literally like, I forget her name, does, running a great job with those on-site neighborhood cleanup things, and it's just one staff person, but a whole bunch of community members. So just next time you see a bunch of weeds, think of the suggestion.
We will, and I think you're referring to Hillary Allen,
Yes,
who
ma'am.
runs all
Thank
of our
you.
volunteer cleanups. Yes, thank you.
And then, Cameron, I have a couple questions for you. So when you're taking over street sweeping, I'm assuming what that means is Measure B is going to take over the expense, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, the expense is somewhat shared. So there's a contribution coming in from some of the ticket revenues there,
Okay.
and Measure B will cover the balance.
So that was really where I was going with that. Are you also going to see some of the income from the ticket revenue that's directly related to that?
Some, but it's indirectly,
Okay.
it's indirectly related.
And then I constantly get this question because, you know, my district is on the bottom of every watershed. And frequently there's an ongoing whack-a-mole all the time of homeless encampments actually in the watersheds. And I'm just wondering, what's the current role of creeks resources to be used for protection of water quality, but with a real nexus to getting the actual dollar spent to get both people out of the watersheds and their stuff, the stuff that's detrimental to the watershed.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, Creeks Division staff is actively involved in that. We have a code enforcement officer position who works in collaboration with people across the city and the county and CityNet, including with environmental services, very active in that. We're involved with the cleanup portion of that, as well as posting to be able to do those cleanups. We remove anywhere on the order from roughly about 50 tons of trash, 100,000 pounds of trash out of the creeks and off the beaches every year.
And is some or all of that, I mean, are there financial resources coming out of Measure B funds to help with that? I mean, that's the question I get all the time, and I don't really know the answer.
Yes, we have a specific line item in our budget that pays the contractor pays a contractor to do that. It's about $200,000, plus we have a full-time staff person that works on those
Okay,
types of
thank
issues.
you. Thanks for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Benz, I'll start since you're up there. Just like a question on street sweeping. Good to see you. And by the way, I want to say welcome to my former colleague from the fourth floor of the county admin, Jefferson, and you'll find that in your transition from the fourth floor to the second floor, we're a lot closer to the people. So on street sweeping, a couple of questions. One is, I've noticed in some areas, town and mine, we have the streets that are posted for street sweeping, but then they go into other streets that aren't posted for street sweeping. Not very far, but they go up and down some of the streets. And I'm just wondering, is that just part of how they turn around, or is there, and where I'm going is there extra cost to that if they're going outside the streets that have, that are not posted?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, just to be clear, the Creeks Division will take over the residential portion of the street sweeping program. And when we say residential, that's just to distinguish it from a commercial portion of the street sweeping program, which is right now the same contractor but different contract. with regard to the way the program has historically been operated and is currently being operated, there are areas of the city that are posted for no parking, and there's enforcement for that for the street sweeping program. The purpose for that is if you have a lot of cars parked on the street sweeping is totally ineffective. You can't access the curb and gutter and be able to remove debris from the street. The Streets Division, who has managed that program for a long time, set a bar, I guess, for lack of a better term, a threshold of where enforcement signs go up and where they don't. And it was set at if the street sweeping vehicles can access 80% of the curb miles in an area, then the city doesn't put signs in, because it's there's a cost benefit issue to it. There's also the sign forests that go up around the city. So, but that allows sufficient access to be able to perform and provide the benefits of street sweeping in those less parked areas.
That makes perfect sense. I'm glad I asked it. It's always a question I've had. The other question I have in terms for citations, are the fees are proposed to go up for that?
I think the answer to that is no. I'm certainly not aware of any proposed increase in parking.
Actually,
Oh,
if I
I'm
may
sorry.
state, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, as part of the police department budget, they proposed parking citation fee increases, and they were proposing some increases to those.
The reason I asked that is it's a larger policy issue, so maybe it's something we could talk about at another time. But when we're looking at housing and some of the mandates that are coming in for housing, and you're looking at underparked neighborhoods, and there's going to be a lot more housing with no requirements for parking, and it's creating a lot of issues in some of our denser neighborhoods. And so when you have places where people literally can't park, and so then they end up having to park a long way away, they get off their job, and then whatever reasons, they end up getting the tickets, and sometimes it's the individuals that are least able to afford the tickets. Are we taking into consideration that issue where entire neighborhoods are under street sweeping and have the signs posted, and the income of those neighborhoods, income levels in those neighborhoods, and the lack of parking, and that it's probably going to get worse as you have these new developments, and trying to either mitigate that cost through some other ways, like we see the revenue there. Is that something we can look at? In terms of looking at not increasing the fee, so it's a burden on some of our lower wage workers.
I would just answer that by looking at the effectiveness of the street sweeping program. If you don't have the enforcement, if you don't have it signed, you can't enforce. If you don't enforce, you have all those vehicles on the street, and the street sweeping program becomes completely ineffective, and there's just no value in it. So those things are linked together where you do have heavily parked streets. And over the years, the Creeks Division hasn't overseen the street sweeping program, but we've been actively involved with it. I've been in a lot of neighborhood meetings. And there's a huge amount of focus on it, and people, generally speaking, have seen a benefit of the cars being shuffled around, because they don't have cars parking for long periods of time in one location on the street. And it does actually free up a lot of parking in those neighborhoods. That's what I've heard when I've been in those meetings.
Thanks for the feedback, and those are questions that come up. So. Just a few more questions. No longer street sweeping, you're off the hook, Mr. Benson. So in terms of, I think you had slide 39, which was brought up earlier on the extra reserves, and you mentioned rate relief programming. One you also mentioned was costs perhaps to the revenue to the general fund to absorb costs from the different departments. That's something I'm interested in understanding more of. Is there an estimate of what that would be and how that would affect some of our general fund departments, and when that might be able to come online?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Friedman, the savings to the general fund would be via the the elimination of the allocated charge for energy and climate overhead, not for the utilities, because they would still pay their portion of the utilities. And that's about, if I remember correctly, and I don't have it in front of me, it's about 20% of that overhead cost. So it's a fairly significant savings. And again, we are actively trying to move those costs over into the 5500 fund, the Clean Energy Fund, but do anticipate it will take us until about FY26. Now, if that reserves projection comes true, that is a council opportunity to move that more quickly. And again, because you've authorized us to fund our reserves a little bit more slowly than when we would normally, those are things we can play with.
So that's coming in the outer years, maybe, so not this year or the 2-year budget, but as we get into future years, we might be able to offset some of the rising general fund costs through that, and it would help the departments that are general fund supported.
I think it would be safe to say that if we realized a $4.5 million surplus in this fiscal year, that we would offer that as an option to your council to move some of those costs more quickly.
All right, well, I am interested in that if it's a possibility at a later time, or a sooner time, hopefully. Let's see, next. You also mentioned if we decouple, the potential is to, I think it was slide 33, Edison is proposing a 10% rate increase, and so we might be able to decouple our rates. What would that mean? Because right now they're pegged to the Edison rates, so if we decoupled them, we might have the option to, if you could just explain it again.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Friedman. So at this time, we would not be proposing to decouple the rates exactly. Down the line, when we have more load data from a few years of operations, we would likely go back and do a cost of service analysis and completely decouple from Edison. For now, that's really challenging to do without enough load data. So what we would be proposing would be to say, let us toggle based on our pro forma projections between 1.2 and 1.6 cents of premium. And so, for example, here in June with the Edison 10% rate increase, if we don't need that full 10%, we could say until the next rate increase, we're going to toggle our premium down to 1.2 and revise our rates. So we've worked with the city attorney's office to draft a proposed rate policy that would just allow that flexibility with the city administrator's approval.
So would those be, by toggling them, those would actually be real savings sooner rather than later, or is that something down the line? That's what I wanted to understand.
Well, again, so we're waiting. Edison has submitted a rate increase of 10%. That does not mean they're going to get a rate increase of 10%. And in fact, more recent projections as of this week show that it might be closer to 2 or 3%. And so we kind of need to wait to see what their numbers are to know how our pro forma is stacking up. But the new rate policy that we might bring to your council would allow that to be administrative with the city administrator. You know, we could present a pro forma to her, say we don't need the full 1.6, and she could say, all right, let's toggle it down.
Okay, so it wouldn't be a decoupling at this point, but it would be more a flexibility to go under Edison's rates.
Exactly. We're very conscientious of cost increases, that 76% to our customers and how that's impacting them, and we want to make sure we're protecting them throughout this process.
That's encouraging, depending on we're able to mitigate it if it's Edison's rates. On sea level rise, you mentioned that there's Coastal Commission and other grants for staff. Is there any type of local match that is required for those? And if so, where would the funding come from?
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. I'll take this one. There is no local match for the currently approved and also proposed grants that are coming to you in June. So we currently have Coastal Commission grant funding, and then our Coastal Conservancy is what's coming in June. And in fact, it's, as Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Martine shared, it will actually pay some of our proposed salaries.
Great. Just 2 more questions. The resiliency hubs, can you just go over where the locations are again? Or proposed locations are?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, the proposed resiliency hub, which has already been funded through one grant through the Santa Barbara County Climate Collective, is at Franklin Center in the East Side Library. There is some existing solar at that facility as we speak. We're already pursuing EV charging stations in the East Side Library parking lot, and right now we're looking at a grant which could fully fund additional solar battery storage, and potentially even more chargers. And we're also looking at HVAC upgrades for both those facilities.
Great. Exciting news. Thanks for that, and that's a great place to have it, too. My last question is related to, you referenced that the post-landfill closure. What's the time frame on the landfill, and then do we have any expectation on cost implications of that? I know it's early on that, but just trying to understand the timeframes and potentials that we're going to be looking at in terms of costs.
Councilmember Frieden, thank you for that question. As you said, it's really preliminary at this point. We're going to just work with our consultants, Rincon Consultants, to start evaluating that information. They have indicated to us that the landfill is in a timeframe for post-closure potential review and to evaluate and look at what our options are. So at this time, it's still very preliminary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a couple quick questions from me. I was just going to ask you about the Ealing thing, but I think did that get exacerbated with the wet winter? Do you know, Ms. Cruz Carpenter, as far as the problems of the methane retention and whatnot? Did that change the profile of what we're looking at in the methane field?
No, at this time, everything is status quo there.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Benson, I was thinking about when you mentioned some of the creek restoration projects and whatnot, I was thinking also about this winter and some of the issues we had in the lower creek beds. Obviously, there's some county issues and our issues and whatnot. Creek restoration, did that help, hinder, or have no relation to what went on in the lower creek beds during the big January storms? I was thinking about lower Sycamore, lower Mission, in those areas where there's still a fair amount of non-natives, but I didn't know.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. Well, specifically on Sycamore and Mission Creek, we don't have any really large-scale restoration projects that we've done in those areas. In the areas that we have done on smaller scale, no, I mean, having the plants and the trees and the banks hold the banks. Especially as the trees mature, they provide the best bank stabilization that is out there. It's different on Arroyo Burro. We have some large-scale restoration projects on Arroyo Burro down at the estuary and also just upstream from that at the Arroyo Burro open space. And there we saw really significant benefits to bank stability, erosion. We saw a lot less sloughing than we normally would see for the banks down there, and that was because part of the design of that project was to reintroduce floodplain terraces to that area. So while we've got a lot of vegetation in there, we've got a lot more capacity. So it allows the water to spread out, and that takes a lot of energy out of the water and reduces the erosive force of it. So I just had the opportunity, actually Monday of this week, to put my waders on and walk up the creek and really do a thorough inspection of that area, and it's quite remarkable. I mean, we finished that project the phase one of that project just 5 years ago. We've got a lot of 30-foot plus tall trees that have filled in there, and it's really it really performed well. And then to see things coming from far upstream, big tree trunks and things getting washed down the creek and then deposited up on those floodplains instead of being stuck in a bridge abutment downstream is a visible benefit from that type of project.
Yeah, I think I was thinking more about some of the Arundo and whatnot you find in the lower creek beds just prior to the exit to the ocean or the weir gate. So that seemed to be cleared out for this time.
Mr. Mayor, the Arundo is an invasive plant. It looks to most people looks like bamboo. It's somewhat related to that, and we've had a Arundo eradication program that the Creeks Division has run in conjunction with the County Agricultural Commissioner's Office and California Conservation Corps for several years, and we've we've been able to remove most of it from all of our major creeks, but it's an ongoing effort. It comes back, and you really have to stay on top of it in terms of maintenance. So we identified a few locations. We were marking them down as we walked up Lower Royboro, and there's a few small stands down there. And it's going to keep trying to come back, and we just keep trying to suppress it. It does provide, I mean, it does create some flood control issues. It creates habitat loss, it creates flood control issues. It's also a concern of the fire department as well. So we sort of partner with all of those folks to try to keep the Arundel away.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Ms. Parenteau. In terms of we talked about rates a little bit earlier, and I assume that, of course, Edison has to go to the PUC for the rate approval. As an independent, do we have to do the same thing, or are rates independent of what the PUC's got going on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because we are technically a voluntary program, we do not have to go to the PUC, nor do we have to go through a Prop 218 hearing.
Good.
So we
All right.
can administratively or via your council make changes to our rates.
Thank you. And then my last question is, so when you look at the daily Cal ISO app, does that relate directly to what our real percentages, or is that kind of a false reading, or?
In terms of power sources?
In terms of, what they say, percentage of renewables you can use at any point in time.
Yeah, so that's an aggregate of all of the load-serving entities throughout the state. We are one load-serving entity that has a portfolio that's pretty much all renewable, right? Because most of our customers are in the 100% green category. So here locally, that would be very different. We're going to be producing our first power content label this summer, which will show our sources of power. We're going to be presenting that to the Sustainability Committee in June. And they are substantially carbon-free. The only exception to that is for our Green Start, our opt-down customers. They're 50% or more renewable, but some non-renewable in there.
Thank you very much. Some folks came in a little bit late, so I didn't get to public comment. Are there any public commenters on this item? Okay, with that, we'll go back to questions, and Ms. Snedden, or my comments.
Thank you, Mayor House.
Whatever. Gordon Jordan's the one that can't get the punctuation right, so.
All right. Just, wow. When I think about how this department started, and I was just sitting here thinking back to January 2018, pretty major event across our community, but at that time we didn't have a resilience and sustainability department. That was the first time I'd heard about resilience hubs or microgrids and what that could mean for resilience. And then thinking of the formation of this department as really a singular entity, and then growing and restructuring and really putting the messaging behind how this isn't a siloed topic, but it touches every area of the city, and that input across, and not just what you receive, but then what you're able to give back out to the other departments as well. So seeing the charts in there of how that's all tied in together. I think it's really phenomenal what you've been able to accomplish. And then, just thinking too that a year ago when you said that this is the first full year and starting off with Santa Barbara Clean Energy and, creating our own logo, your own logo, which is still beautiful, but thinking about how uncertain, what would this mean? What would the volatile markets, how would they affect ratepayers, and what would that do to people's bills, and just how it's come now, how quickly it's seeing a return on that investment, and how soon we'll be able to, as we say, play with the incentives. And that was the whole idea of having our own Santa Barbara Clean Energy, is that we would have that kind of control to be able to give that to our local residents. So that's paying off so quickly is really incredible. I love hearing, very excited about the continued discussion of microgrids and resilience hubs, and that's already coming into play. And I think, we're a community with this sustainability that's been a focus for a very long time, Earth Day and sustainability, but the concept of resilience, that we would be able to weather the storm and have power and take care of our residents locally in disasters, is a really big component so that its sustainability and resilience is very forward-thinking, and really happy to see that. So I'm excited that of all of these different components that are coming together under one department, and I know it's shifting around and changing, but I think it really makes a lot of sense that these pieces be working together in this way, and especially for the resilience part moving forward. So I'm just so impressed and grateful, I want to say.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I share much of which Councilmember Sneddon said also, but just encourage you that there's still work to do. I'm like probably one of your normal demographics of that workload to do, although I have the opportunity to view it from inside baseball. But there are plenty of outside baseball people still out there that, you know, I'm here from the government, I'm here to help kind of thing. It does not go over well. And it's back to my comments really about when can we get to out of the wishes down to the tangible benefits that I want to see every day in my life. That means something to me rather than I'm doing the greater good, because frankly, there's just a bunch of people out there that are still that way. And you had the unfortunate timing with the volatility, whether it was timing or purposeful or not, the difficulty with Edison. And I still think we have some goodwill catch up to do there, and some, just to find some different ways of encouraging and educating still to grab those that aren't the low-hanging fruit. So I think everything looks great. What you're moving forward to is doing. I think money always talks, and I'm excited to see it in another 2 years when you start to have what I flippantly call play money. But to me, that's when you have the opportunity to really go after the people that, for whatever reason, are we would term them more resistant to the ideas than they should be, because you can offer something that's granular and means something to them day to day. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. First, I echo the comments, and congratulations, Mr. Jordan. You quoted former President Reagan. I think that's a first on the council since I've been up here quoting the former president. So I just want to say thanks to your staff. I think you're an excellent. Briefly, I am really, again, insider baseball. Appreciate that you're looking at the allocated costs of the 20% admin fee. Because for the public, what that does is all the departments have this fixed cost that they need to pay. In the general fund departments, it comes out of the general fund. And at a time when this year and the years coming out, we're really struggling with every dollar for those departments, and some of them are chronically underfunded, such as parks, libraries, but this also affects police and fire, which are heavily general fund departments. It allows for some of those costs to have that flexibility with them, which even though it's not in the sustainability department, it allows all these other programs that we want. So when we're being sustainable and we're working towards sustainability, it benefits us in so many ways, from public safety to open space and all that. And it's just a byproduct of this. And so the sooner we can try to look at what that is, it will benefit the department or the city as a whole. And that also you're being creative and innovative and anticipating the ability to look at rates and toggling it for now, or basically decoupling from Edison, because then if they raise their rates and we don't need to, we still get blamed for it. I think is what Mr. Jordan was hinting at, is a lot of these rate increases, they would have happened if people were with Edison, but because they're with us, they blame us for having the rate increases, even though we're tied to them. So it's innovative, and you're planning ahead, and then all the programming and everything, I'm looking forward, and it looks like we're going to be able to go ahead on that. So just again, appreciate having this department. And the last thing is, when we made the decisions, it was tough back in 2018 and 2019. There was a lot of pressure to join LA Clean Energy, and then there was a lot of pressure to do one with the county as a whole. And we made the choice to go on our own, and there was a lot of our friends and colleagues were saying don't do that for other reasons. And so, but we have, and we're seeing the benefits of that now to the city. And we played the long game, and we looked at it strategically 10 years out where we want to be. And we made those tough choices even when we had that, the incentives from others or the pushing of others to go a different direction. And we're seeing what those tough choices that the council made in 2018 and 19 have come to fruition. So appreciate that, and glad that I want to thank my colleagues for making those decisions too. They were not easy at the time, and now we're seeing the benefits. So thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll move on to the next item. If you read the next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Very good, Mr. Mayor. This is item 1, continued with the waterfront.
Shall we get started or wait for?
Yeah, Mayor Rouse went to the bathroom, but he said you can
started?
proceed.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, council members. My name is Mike Wiltshire. I'm the Waterfront Director for the City of Santa Barbara. Today we'll be presenting our 2-year budget. With me here is Cesar Barrios. He's Waterfront Business Manager, and he'll be presenting with me. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank a few people. As you all know, a ton of work goes into this. We just are the ones who get to present it. So special thanks to Damien Goodall, who's our Waterfront Accounting Supervisor. He kind of lives in the numbers and keeps us on track with all of this. And a huge thanks to Mr. DeMartini's staff, the Finance Department. They not only help us, but kind of all the departments through this. So just a lot of work behind the scenes. With that, I'll jump into the presentation. Fairly standard outline for today's budget. So we'll go take a little look at our department, the Waterfront Department, discuss some key messages and priorities, and then we'll get into the numbers with the budget, fee adjustments, and capital. The Waterfront's comprised of 3 major operating divisions. So we have our Business Services Division, which looks after 3 programs. So essentially all of our tenants, lease agreements, licenses, our parking operations, and then of course our internal city budget functions. We also have Harbor Operations, which is likely what everyone would think of would exist at a marina or a harbor, and so that encompasses a 24/7 Harbor Patrol law enforcement unit. They're also EMT and firefighting trained. We also have our marina management, which is everything to do with our roughly 1,200 slips. So visitor slips, slip management, operates our front counter, and our front counter down at the waterfront is really kind of the face of the operation. It's open 7 days a week, and that's where a lot of the interactions with the public happen. And then, of course, our facilities division. We have a lot of infrastructure down at the waterfront, buildings, Stearns Wharf, parking lots, utilities, and so these are the folks that really keep that maintained and together when it breaks. Being near the ocean is not a kind environment on infrastructure, and so it's expensive, and these are the folks who are there to make sure it all works. As far as staffing goes, the Waterfront Department has 47 full-time employees. So on paper, this is 1 less FTE than in previous years. So this is a result of a reconfiguration of engineering staff. So Waterfront has 1 project engineer that will continue to reside and be funded by Waterfront, but will structurally report to Public Works Engineering. Along with our full-time employees, we have 40 to 70 hourlies that also support the waterfront. That's really seasonal work. We ramp up hourlies in the summer. That's mainly in parking and facilities, custodial, and even harbor patrol. And of course, as you all know, we are an enterprise fund, so the waterfront receives no general fund support and is reliant on our revenues that we generate within the waterfront. At a very high level, we have 3 major sources of revenue. So what comes from the marina, our slip fees, and what comes from our tenants, so our rents, and then our parking fees. And we use those revenues to fund our operations, fund our capital, and importantly, fund our reserves. And it should be noted, our revenues are very tied to the economy and weather. So when weather is nice and the economy is booming, people are down at the harbor spending money and enjoying themselves. Conversely, when the weather is bad, which it has been this last winter, it directly affects our waterfront revenues. So on to a couple high-level key messages with the waterfront department, and it probably extends to the majority of other city departments. So one of the main headwinds that we're facing at the waterfront is significant inflation and cost increases. So this is really the budget cycle where our department, along with others, are seeing very real cost increases. The waterfront's seen a year-over-year increase in expenditures of about $1.5 million on a $19 million budget. Very significant, and so this increase really allows us just to continue providing status quo level of service. The main expenditure increases that we're seeing are insurance, so property insurance, along with the city's decision to more aggressively fund the self-insurance fund. To put that in perspective, waterfront property insurance and self-insurance fund payments have increased from $375,000 in 2021 to $1.3 million in 2025. So that's $1 million increase in insurance payments alone, hitting our budget. Additionally, along with other departments, there's an increase in staffing costs, both full-time and hourly. I personally think this is a good thing. This is necessary to ensure we're able to hire the people that we need, quality people that we need. As far as balancing these cost increases go, we don't have a lot of levers, but we are proposing a little more aggressive fee increases this fiscal year and next fiscal year. We've also reduced our capital spending in an attempt to kind of soften those fee increases, and so we're trying to balance that there. And then obviously, as every year, we will use reserves as necessary to sort of buffer the year-to-year capital expenditure and our operating budget. The general hope is that this is a short-term adjustment and that the world and the economy kind of returns back to regular levels of inflation. We can return back to sort of more regular levels of fee increases, but we really need to do something now to sort of combat the expenditure increases in the short term. Some of our operational priorities for this coming year and into the future. So addressing our deferred maintenance backlog. Much as the city, we have a lot of infrastructure. We have a lot of deferred maintenance. It costs money to repair and bring that back up to what it needs to be for the next 15, 20 years. As you know, as you defer that, it tends to get more expensive. And so we really want to make sure that we have the funds to stay on top of that the maintenance. It's really critical to ensuring the waterfront kind of remains as a thriving place to do business and isn't on the decline, but more so on the upslope. And importantly, we need to continue to plan for impacts from climate change and storms and sea level rise. So this past January was a pretty stark reminder of how quickly weather in the ocean can derail our operations down at the waterfront, and really, quite frankly, how expensive it can be. We need to start budgeting appropriately to ensure we have revenues for these really are kind of new costs. There's a lot of new costs that we're facing, and so we need to make sure for the years to come that we're budgeting appropriately for that. Also, as with all other departments, as you know, the city's embarking on an effort to retool the performance measure program. So core goals for all departments come as a part of a larger vision of 2030 and really focus on thriving workforce, innovation, organizational optimization, and fiscal sustainability. So the waterfront department, and on the screen right now is a few of our high-level department goals. I won't get into it in detail, but we have numerous other goals for each division and work group that are attached to sort of metrics on how to meet those goals. All right, I'll jump into the numbers a little bit. I just wanted to start with a really high-level overview of the waterfront revenues and expenditures picture. So the pie chart on the left is our FY24 budgeted revenues, and the pie chart on the right is our FY24 budgeted expenditures. So as you can see, our revenue profile, there's really three major sources. So in yellow, marina management. That is all the revenue that we receive from our slips and the marina itself. In blue is our property management, so that is the revenue that we receive from our tenants and license agreements, and that makes up about 37% of our revenues. And then in the gray is our parking services, and so that's the lots that we maintain within the waterfront. And there's a very small sliver, which is essentially interest income from our reserves. On the right, on the expenditure side of things, so as expected with a operationally intensive department, we spend a fair amount on salaries and benefits. 43% of our expenditures goes to staffing. The other big slices of the pie, supplies and services, that's really the bread and butter of how we execute contracts, buy lumber, buy tools, custodial, all that sort of thing. Another large one, allocated costs, 19% of our budget, and so this is what we pay to the greater city and other departments for overhead for things that we need. That's where our property insurance and self-insurance fund lies as well. And then another notable sliver of the pie is the 10% that we pay into debt service. So that debt service of a little over $2 million a year covers capital borrowing that we did for large projects in the past. So the replacement of Marina 1, that project was beyond the cost of what we had in reserves or what we would typically spend in capital. So we borrowed money to complete that project, and we're servicing that debt. The smaller sliver is capital projects. I bring that up because it's 7% of our overall budget. That is lower than historical and really lower than we'd like it to be. So we try and invest between 10 and 15% back into capital and reinvestment. Really, it's kind of unique circumstances, so we're throttling our capital back so that we can sort of buffer the rate increases and help balance our budget with capital. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this graph just because it tells a story. So this graph shows waterfront revenues and expenditures over time from FY18 to FY27. This is really our sort of future cash flow graph. The vertical line in the middle of the graph represents the present date. So anything to the left of the vertical line is actual data, revenues and expenditures from past years. Anything to the right of the vertical line is projected or budgeted revenues and expenditures. So the red line represents our expenditures, the green line represents our revenues. Anytime the green line is above the red line, we're operating at a surplus, which is good. And when the green line is below the red line, we're operating at a deficit. Going forward, we're obviously trying to balance our revenues and expenditures. I've included a yellow line going forward. And this line is really just to show a trajectory if we were to budget status quo slip fee increases, nominal parking increases, so kind of a slip fee increase of 2%. So you can really see that if we stuck with status quo fee increases at this state in the game, we'd be falling pretty far behind. So our expenditures would way outstrip our proposed revenues. With that, I think we'll jump into the numbers. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Cesar Barrios.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the public. My name is Cesar Barrios. I am the Waterfront Business Manager, and today I will discuss the fiscal year 2024 revenues and expenditures, as well as the proposed fee adjustments. In this slide, you can see our proposed fiscal year 24 revenues, and as we continue to take cautiously optimistic approaches to with the presumption that the economy will continue to bounce back from the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent inflation. Overall, we project an 11.4% increase in revenues over fiscal year 2023. As you can see here in property management, we anticipate revenues will increase by just over 14%. Revenues from cruise ships are included here, and they're just under $500,000. A slight increase from fiscal year 2023 as the cruise ship industry continues to rebound from the pandemic as well. Also, commercial revenues in fiscal year 23 show signs of recovery, and we expect it to increase in 2024. Moving on to parking services, we expect parking revenues to continue to rebound and anticipate a nearly 11.3% increase over fiscal year 2023.
projections. On that regard, it's a good point to note that hourly parking fees continue to be the primary driver of our revenues in this division, as well as the sale of annual parking permits. Moving on to Marina Management, it continues to post steady revenues, and we expect fiscal year 24 revenues to increase by slightly 7.6% compared to fiscal year 2023. We have seen a steady increase in vessel transfers, and we remain optimistic this trend will continue in fiscal year 2024. Next slide. Moving on to expenditures. Overall, we anticipate a 4% increase in expenditures when compared to the fiscal year 23 budget, noting that this 4% increase does include the capital outlay in 2024. On that, salaries are set to increase by 9% and benefits by 11%. Our allocated costs are due to increase by 23%, primarily due to significant increases in the waterfront costs for property and liability insurance, as well as overhead allocations. And with that, go back to Director Wilshire, who will discuss reserves and capital projects.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barros. I wanted to take a minute on our reserve picture.
Mr. Director, 1 minute. Ms. Sven had a question.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to line up on the transparency tool with the revenues here, and I'm not getting the numbers matching, so I'm just trying to figure out before looking at the rest of it if I'm maybe looking in the wrong place. They're sort of broken out differently from slide 14 to the revenue detail, just sort of different categories and a different total amount, if you could help me. The revenues on the transparency tool say 20,600, no, 20 million.
Yeah, Councilmember Sneddon, these were, the numbers that we're presenting today were kind of the last out of our financial system, so there was a lot of back and forth with allocated cost and things that we were building into ours. So we were trying to present the most accurate that we had today. I don't think anything is substantially different, but there might just be some slight differences in overall
Okay, so it's like 18,977,000, the total for fiscal year 2024 proposed on slide 14, and then it's 20,637,000. So it's on the transparency tool of revenue detail, which seems to me actually substantially different. But
yeah, it looks like the number on the slide is incorrect, and so our FY24 budgeted revenues. No, these numbers are what we have as correct, so I'll have to look into why that's not matching.
okay, so
with
the numbers, so
financial
we
tool.
should be going on the numbers in the presentation.
From the best of my knowledge, yeah.
And then I guess I'll get to the comments on that later, but if trying to use the transparency tool to try and reconcile everything and it's over $1 million different, we should look at that. Okay, thanks.
All right, back in. Sorry about that. Yeah, absolutely. Looking at our reserve snapshot, this is important to take a minute here. So there's two graphs of our reserve profile. The graph on the left assumes that we receive full reimbursement from the recent storm-related expenses. The graph on the right assumes that we do not receive full reimbursement from the storm-related expenses. So the waterfront to date has put a little over $2 million into storm recovery costs from the January storm. That's been paid out of our reserves. And so what those graphs represent, the line part of the graph is our reserve totals, and the black and orange bars represent our required policy reserve levels. So as you can see, they paint a bit of a different picture. Assuming that we receive reimbursement for the storm, we are budgeting to maintain our reserves slightly above policy going out into the coming years. If we do not receive that $2+ million in reimbursement, we will be budgeting below our policy level reserves. That's really not a question that we can answer just yet. We're working diligently with our emergency services manager, the other impacted city departments. There is some anticipation that we will receive some of that back from FEMA, but as of now, our current budget situation is represented by the graph on the right, where we have expended those costs out of our reserves, and so that is our current picture until we potentially get reimbursed. With respect to our capital program, so there's really nothing out of the ordinary here other than we have generally scaled back our level of spending for the next couple years. So we typically aim to spend upwards of $2 million in capital, but we are being conservative in order to help balance our budget in a year of high expenditure increases. Capital really does tend to be our main lever to kind of weather storms. If there is expensive years that we are not generating as much revenue, we can sort of throttle capital back. In better times, when we have a surplus, we can re-spend and deploy that capital. Unfortunately, with COVID and the recent storm, we've kind of had a long run of holding off on capital, and that tends to bite you down the road. You can only do that for so long. It's really a short-term solution, not a long-term solution. So one of our main goals is to kind of get back to a point where we are reinvesting capital at a healthy level to make sure that these projects are getting done and deferred maintenance is getting handled. With that, I'll pass it back to Mr. Barrios. And Mayor Rouse, we're going to be going over fees that do not include slip-related fees now, so we'll give you a heads up when we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. So we'll start with the fee adjustments to our parking program. And as you can see here, the most significant proposed adjustment pertains to parking rates, increasing on all waterfront lots from $2.50 to $3 per hour, which is projected to generate approximately $540,000 in additional revenue. Because of this increase, we are also proposing to increase the wharf hourly rate from $3 to $3.50 per hour, generating approximately $45,000 in revenue. Also, we are proposing to increase the annual parking permit fee from $125 to $130, generating approximately $25,000 in revenue. Overall, in parking services, we project an increase in revenue of over just $600,000 as illustrated in this table. And again, a lot of our revenues are in parking. They're functions of the weather. So as you can imagine, we over the last 3 months, we saw some challenges with collecting such revenues. Next slide. The other notable proposed fee increases include the cruise ship passenger fee from $10 to $15 per person, projected to generate approximately $50,000 in additional revenue. This is the fee that the cruise ship pays the city for the entire manifest per visit. So even, let's say they have a $3,000 vessel arriving to the harbor, if only 1,000 people get off the ship, we still get the cost for the entire manifest. In this case, let's say 3,000 passengers. Another proposed fee increase with notable impact is the cost of ice from the ice house located on the city pier. We are proposing to increase this fee from 5 cents to 10 cents per pound. This would generate approximately $35,000 in additional revenue. It is worth noting that even with this increase, the cost recovery from ice, from the ice house operation, it's very minimal, as the cost to maintain the structure and the cost of water, it's slightly above. Let's see. Okay, next one. Impactful summary. Okay, this table shows, no permit. continue to function without significant cuts to capital projects or the operating budget in the upcoming year. Next slide. And now we'll go into slip-related fees.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I'll be recusing myself from this since I am a slip fee permittee, so.
Okay, before jumping into details and tables, in this slide, I provide an overview of our proposed marina management-related changes. For fiscal year '24, we're proposing various fee increases, which this year are historically higher. These measures are, we're following this process in response to economic demands and inflation costs, as well as allocated costs, as discussed earlier. Most notably, the 10% slip and liveaboard fee increases, which combined will generate approximately $500,000 in revenue for our department. Next slide. So this slide illustrates the impact of the 10% increase on the average size slip, which is 35 feet in length. For a slip of this size, the monthly cost right now would increase, well, it is $399 per month, and that would increase to $439 per month with the 10% increase. Also, in comparison, we've included a list of other marinas and their monthly cost for same size slips at 35 feet. Next slide. This table captures our proposed fiscal year 2024 slip and mooring fees. In addition to the 10% slip and liveaboard fee increases, we're proposing to increase visiting vessel fees by 25 cents for vessels under 65 feet in length and 50 cents for vessels over 65 feet in length. Among these proposed fee increases, we are also including increase to the vessel impound fee from $100 to $250. This increase is necessary to recover labor and administrative costs related to a vessel impound. Next slide. So these are the fee adjustments to propose for the reduction in transfer fees for slip sizes 35 feet or less, while increasing fees for slips over 50 feet. And this is measured by foot. In addition, we propose to reduce the slip transfer fee for commercial fishing slips from $400 to $350 per foot. And this next slide will provide some history on the process and how it came to be. So in 2021, the Slip Assignment Policy Subcommittee recommended the Harbor Commission to discuss the possible implementation of a slip transfer fee structure that is more fair and proportional across all slip sizes. As smaller slip size permittees would potentially pay more in comparing to the larger slip sizes. To address this, the Waterfront Department determined that reducing fees for slip sizes 35 feet or less was appropriate, while increasing fees for slips over 50 feet. This was done in order to maintain equity on the value of a slip in the Santa Barbara Harbor. So this table better describes that implementation timeline through fiscal year 2029, with fiscal year 24 highlighted in green. And just to clarify as well, these are revenue neutral adjustments done proportionally to decrease transfer fees on smaller slips while increasing transfer fees on the larger slips. Next slide. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions or comments.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. Thank you for the presentation. If you could pull up slide 14. So I'm just trying to understand a little more the second line there, fiscal management going 115%. That's a large increase, and it's not insignificant. It's over 100,000. What is fiscal management, and why are we projecting it to increase over 100%?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Friedman, so this increase is a function of the interest rates earnings from fiscal year 23 to 24. And this is primarily due to fluctuating interest rates and reserve balances.
So it's our portfolio, basically. We're
Basically.
off that, so.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. So that might not be the case next year, the way the market's performing, right, as I understand it. So the next question is, you could pull up slide 12. So I'm just, with all the potential or the recommended fee increases that we have from parking to slips to all that, even with those, and from here, with the way I'm reading this, is there's still a projected deficit of, 900,000. Is that correct, that I'm reading this way, and we're going to go into reserves for this year?
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. It's not untypical for the waterfront to budget that way, and so the delta is our 1.5 million in capital. And we typically use our reserve, some combination of a surplus and our reserves to fund our capital. And so for this next fiscal year, we are essentially proposing a deficit, assuming that we will either use reserves or that we will see some windfall gain and have some surplus throughout the course of the year.
And so this includes a reduction in capital expenditures, which you mentioned are typically over 10%. So even with the fees, reduction in capital by a few percentage points, we're still looking at about a million or so deficit.
That's correct. And the goal over the long term is to kind of set our rates and revenues where we can balance our operating budget and capital on a yearly basis. But this year's, there's just been so much turmoil with costs and expenditure increases that we were trying to find that balance between increasing rates and weathering some of it with our reserves.
And with the reserves, you could pull up slide 16.
One quick announcement from my colleague. So because I need to recuse out of anything to do with slip fees, would you please bifurcate whatever your question would be for the director at that point in time? Thank you.
Perfect. So in regards to the reserves, so the black bar, that's the policy reserves of the 25%, and is that correct? And then the orange is the capital, so it's on top of it, or I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
No, Councilmember Friedman, you're spot on. The black is our kind of standard reserves, emergency reserves, and the orange is what we call the Harbor Preservation Fund, which is really a reserve for capital. And it's written a little peculiarly, but we are kind of required to keep it between $2 million and $5 million. And so this is showing that little the orange bar is that $2 million policy requirement stacked on top of our other reserve requirements.
And to balance the deficit, it's the Harbor Preservation Fund you're dipping into, or is it the policy reserves?
That's correct. It'll be the Harbor Preservation Fund first.
And is there any discussion of increasing that 5 million cap? I think when I was on the Harbor Commission almost a decade ago, it was the same. It was very similar to that, between 2 and 5 million. Is there any discussion of increasing that for when times are good, you build that up?
Yeah, great question. I've been working with Mr. DeMartini in finance. Neither of us really like the fact that it's tied to hard dollar values. That always kind of creates a problem over time. So we're looking for some way to tie it to essentially looking at sort of a forward-looking rate. Yeah. We're going to look at a forward-looking rate at sort of the 3 years of next capital. And so that will be sort of a floating reserve target so that we can ensure we have enough money there to essentially do what it's supposed to do, fund our upcoming capital.
Perfect. That's good. That's great, because I remember it hasn't really increased in almost a decade and obviously inflation is going up. So my last question gets to cruise ships. It's related to the budget. So the cruise ships bring in about, or projected even with the increase from $10 to $15 per person on the manifest, to about 500,000. If we were to end the cruise ship program or significantly reduce it, that revenue wouldn't come in. So how would we make up that? How would we make up that difference?
Yeah, it's a good question. We, at the waterfront, really only have two levers. So we have parking and we have slip fees. Our other revenue lever is tenant rents, but those are typically caught up in longer-term lease agreements, and really the majority of them are dependent on how they do as a business. And so we have we'll see 10% of their revenue, of their gross revenue, and so you can't really toggle that on a yearly basis. Those are longer term. So in short, really the only way we would make up that set of revenues would be slip fees or parking. Those are our only two levers.
So I'm only going to ask about parking, because that affects all the public. So the proposal is to go from $3 to $3.50 this year, and then Stearns Wharf go an extra. So in that case, if the cruise ships weren't here, the parking fees would go up per hour then.
So to put it in perspective, we would, about a 50-cent per hour increase in parking, assuming that the lots are still utilized at the rate they would be and people aren't using them less because the price goes up, a 50-cent per hour increase generates about $500,000 in revenue. So that would be roughly what the offset would be for cruise ship revenue.
So 50-cent increase in parking would be the equivalent of what the cruise ships. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. DeMartini, so one of those, just down in the weeds, because, I want to go there. On the increase on the ice usage, what are we currently doing to maintain, rubber band that thing together versus replacement? And are we still able to keep up with the needs of the fishermen while we're increasing prices?
Yeah, Councilmember Jordan, we spend roughly $100,000 a year to maintain, operate at cost of water, cost of electricity. Additionally, a couple years ago, we budgeted $600,000 to essentially replace it, whatever that looks like. A couple years ago, we got bids for that project. It came in at about $2 million to fully replace it. So we're using that $600,000 now to replace critical systems, controls, motors, all the things that are needed. And so we're sort of prioritizing what needs to be replaced. And there's been relatively little downtime. So we've been continuing to produce ice and hopefully kind of buy us 5-10 years and see what we need to do with that service going forward.
Okay. And then, great to hear. And then somewhere in this volume, are we managing to, again, set aside a small funding line for the commercial fishermen's grant pursuits, as we did last year?
Two years ago, we set aside $25,000, which they have utilized and are expending. In our last budget cycle, we set aside $50,000. In this budget cycle, there was no request, and we have not set aside any funding for that.
And just to be clear, we've not since allowed requests, right? The requests happen up here as policy now, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then kind of just have some global kind of questions, and I think just two. So, so the expenditure increases you're seeing, I heard you name three things: inflation, the allocated costs and insurances, and salaries and benefits. But then when I heard you pray for relief in the future years, you only mentioned inflation. And I'm just kind of thinking, of those three, the inflation has to be the least impactful of those three. Your allocated costs are going to go up every year. Whatever you're seeing in pension costs this year are just going to be on top. The next year's are going to be on top of the prior year you also had. And salaries and wages, of course, are always going up. So I'm just wondering how you look at the out year, next year, so fiscal year 2025, and just recover by less inflation when you still have these other drivers, and are you aggressively pursuing more revenue increases on the other side to not be back in the same situation next year?
Yeah, it's a great question, Councilmember Jordan, and it's a balance we try and strike. A 10% slip fee increase and an additional 50 cent parking, we kind of deemed that as fairly aggressive. So you're right. I think that's correct for this year and maybe next year, and we'll really have to see where we are with things like property insurance and the SIF. And so these are major expenses. So the $1 million increase in property insurance alone, that is just made up with our 50-cent parking increase and a 10% slip fee increase. So that just solely covers that alone. And so in the back of my head, yes, I think we are going to have to continue some sort of revenue fee increases that at least catch us up to the norm and keep us being able to fund our operations and
then
capital.
When you're looking at those and you're kind enough to pull out the impactful ones, which are kind of like a combination, in my perception, they're like a combination of the bigger increases and/or the bigger benefit to revenue. Do you look at those and, when you're sitting off in a corner trying to figure out this poor math, are we aligning our more impactful fee increases with our higher burdened expenditure costs? So do you follow? So I have no clue I obviously I go back to your analogy of taking care of something that's in the water all the time is very, very expensive. So are we then recognizing that and not burdening other areas for impactful fee expenses when we should be burdening things that actually lead to the highest costs?
I think I'm with you, Councilmember Jordan. So the expenses that we spend maintaining Stearns Wharf, maintaining our wharfs, all that sort of stuff is very, very, a huge portion of our capital budget. That's a large part of where our expenses go. The answer in short is no. We try and balance it between those kind of three levers, our tenants, our parking, and slips, because all of them kind of, no three people who use those services want any of those fees to go up. And so there's kind of this balancing act with what we charge each of them. But we do an annual marina survey of 18 kind of neighboring marinas, and there was a slide up there. Our monthly SIP fees are historically on the lower end of that, and we're not catching up with our neighbors. They're proposing CPI increases. They've been proposing these same increases we are. So if we go at the rate we are, we'll essentially never catch up, and we'll always be on the lower end. And so there may be an opportunity to adjust that and look at that as sort of a true up and figure out where we want to stand in the pack with our neighbors. Do we want to be slightly more expensive? Do we want to be the average? Or do we want to be at the bottom? And so that would be an area where I think there'd be a fair amount of opportunity.
Okay, thanks. Just a 2 cents. Next time you sneak one of those slides in there that shows what other people are doing, and you do it after the draft, you ought to pop it on. It might be, because I didn't look at the one that appeared today on the thing, but that's a truly really good visual on what we're doing, trying to play catch up to what everybody else is doing and how far behind we are. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Nedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So starting on slide 13, I just have a couple questions on different slides as we go through on this one. So what is the big jump in the green, the revenues that we see from fiscal year 20 actual up to fiscal year 22 actual?
Councilmember Stan, that's a great question. That was post-COVID. And so that was about as lucky as we could have been. And so post-COVID, we dipped heavily into our reserves and we're kind of speculating what the future would hold. That was really a strong return to people coming down to the harbor, going to restaurants, using our parking. We saw record parking revenues. We saw record slip transfers, a lot of boating activity. And so from when COVID started to where we ended kind of this last year, it was about the best case scenario that could have happened, almost unsustainably so. So the level of revenues that we were seeing over the last couple of years were just astronomically high.
Thank you. And then that flattens out And that's actual data, that it is flattened out?
That's correct, and so that kind of came into this winter, this last quarter and previous quarter to that, not very strong, mainly due to the weather.
To the
Very
weather.
little activity down at the waterfront, predominantly because of the storms and weather.
So then the budgeted jump in the projected is from, that's if we increase slip fees or if we make these adjustments?
That's correct, and so that green line shows our proposed fee increases, where the yellow line would be if we sort of stayed at status quo levels and increased slips at 2% and nominal parking fee increases, so that would be sort of the glide path we'd be on if we didn't make these aggressive fee increases.
And that would be assuming same fees, but not any kind of increase in activity or anything, assuming status quo everything?
Correct, yeah, and
Okay.
we're kind of, it's hard to predict the economy because a lot of it is dependent on our tenants, but that's sort of predicting conservatively where the economy's going to go.
Okay, understood, thank you. And then slide 14, which one of these categories did you say that cruise ships were included in? Was it under,
Councilmember Stand, it's under property management,
and at that point, did you say 500,000?
about 500,000. So we are proposing a pretty hefty fee increase. The thing that we've been noticing is a lot of the cruise ships are coming pretty far under capacity. And so historically, we budget at about 95% capacity. For this coming year, we've been budgeting at 80% capacity, assuming that that trend would continue. So if cruise ships return to more full capacity, we'll see a higher revenue number. But we were kind of budgeting conservatively and a bit low at that 500,000.
So maybe you can help me out here. So if it's 500,000 here, but then when we're looking at the fees, then you said, with the increase, it would be an extra 50,000. So on slide 20, the cruise ship passenger fee increase, if you increase it from 10 to 15, the impact is $50,000. So would that mean that currently it's $100,000?
No, and again, that's mainly because we're being more conservative with the amount of passengers because we charge that per passenger.
So
And
that's in addition to the 500,000?
Correct.
Okay, so the 500,000 just for the number of ships comes in under property management,
Yes.
and then in addition,
And just to clarify, our budgeted number this fiscal year is roughly 500,000, I think 498,000. That includes this proposed fee increase, but assumes that the ships that are coming in the future will have less people on them. Because we're not billing per ship, we're billing per passenger. And so if a 1,000 person ship shows up and there's only 500 people on it, we only get paid for the 500 people who are on it.
so we have the impacts of that, and we're not collecting that much money from it if it's not full.
Correct. We collect less money if the ship's not full.
So I'm sorry, I still need it broken out for me. 500,000 is under property management, and that is the number of ships, not including the 150.
The budgeted number of the revenue that we will receive in the property management program is based on the number of passengers that we're expecting to come, regardless of the number of ships. And so we try and calculate as best we can. Say we have 12 ships coming, we know their capacity, what the ship can hold, but we don't know how many people are actually going to book it and be on it.
I'm sorry, does the 500,000 versus 50 or 150,000? I'm trying to get those numbers. Which is it and where does it go?
We are budgeting $498,000 as our proposed revenue for FY24 for cruise ships, and that will show up in the property management line item.
And how much of that is for the number of ships and how much of it is number of passengers? Or that's total?
That's total. That is the total revenue we are expecting to receive based on the number of ships that are currently booked to date. Based on the number of passengers. It doesn't necessarily matter how many ships show up. We only bill them based on passengers.
So,
The actual
so on
passenger count.
on slide 20, this is the fee increase and the impact is $50,000? if you
Correct.
go from 10 to 15. So what is it currently, 500,000?
Our revenues last year were roughly 400,000, but what I think the missing piece right now is that we are estimating that there's going to be less passengers on future ships, because that's sort of what's happening right now. So whereas prior to COVID, we charged $10 per passenger and every ship was full. And so we saw $450,000, $400,000 because the ships were full. Going forward, we're assuming the ships aren't going to be full, because that's kind of what's been happening. They've been 60% full, 80% full. So if a ship shows up with 60% of its capacity, we receive, even though we're charging each passenger $15, we receive less kind of net revenue, gross revenue.
Thank you. So I think I understand that part, but and maybe you could just re-say it for me. On slide 14, I thought I heard we are assuming $500,000 for cruise ship revenue.
Correct, in fiscal year '24 total.
All right, on slide 20, it looks like a different number to me, but I will not keep on this, except for that I want to know the actual number that we would, if we didn't have cruise ships, how much we would have to make up for. And it sounded like 500,000 on one slide, but I'm saying $150,000 if you're looking at slide 20. So at some point, I need that.
$500,000 is our best estimate of the revenue in FY '24 in totality that we would receive from cruise ships.
Assuming they're not full or that they are full.
Our best estimates, we don't know how many passengers are going to be on them. The cruise lines book those ships, so we do the best we can. We use historical data over the last 2 years to say, hey, this ship showed up and only had 80%. Let's not overbook our revenue. If we assume they're 100% full, then we would be budgeting $600,000, say.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we're
So if
not.
if theoretically we wanted to say no more cruise ship, it would be a $500,000 gap.
For FY '24.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess I'm going to ask you more questions about that later, because the other one still doesn't seem, but I'll ask you later. On slide 16, it's the title on both of those is assumes reimbursement for storm-related costs. Assumes reimbursement from whom?
Hopefully FEMA, that's who
Okay.
we're working with right now.
So not from the general fund, not from somewhere else, from
Yep.
FEMA. Okay, and how's that looking?
We're meeting very regularly, and so again, this is kind of these one-off major events.
Yeah.
There's not a huge amount of track record, but my assumption, and from what I'm hearing, is there is some chance of receiving some funds.
Okay.
And we're not alone. A number of other departments were impacted, so we're kind of going at this together.
Okay, thank you. I hope we're going to get those. And then sort of philosophically, are we sort of expecting that slip fees and parking fees, the culmination of all of that is what's going to pay for effects of climate change or sea level rise or storms? This might not be a one-off. This might be our seasonal atmospheric river time. Is that structurally how we're addressing that? Because it seems an unfair burden.
No, I agree, and I think, I don't want to speak for the city, and Ms. Bjork can certainly step in, but the short answer, in my opinion, is no. We're not a large enough department to kind of cover the burden of what those expenses are. There's
I'm happy to
no
hear
amount
that.
we could raise parking to cover the sort of hundreds of millions of dollars of costs that would come with that, so we kind of would likely need to find some other.
Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, I would agree. I think we're going to be looking to external funding sources. The state is certainly putting a lot of grant money out for resiliency projects, and I assume that the federal also will have money available to try and adapt and change for climate change.
Thank you. I think that's, I'm happy to hear that isn't the plan to have that paid for, because you're right, you don't have very many levers, and it would have to be astronomically high. The page 19 fee adjustments, the parking annual permit, I'm just going to say, I think this is the most phenomenal deal in town. I get it for all my relatives for Christmas. It's like unbelievable. And then when you compare that to if you're doing $3.50 or $3 raised, I'm just wondering why the proposed is only a $5 increase. It's one of those that just seems out of line with how low it is.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, so the idea is to provide, to accommodate residents, so give residents an option to get economical parking to come down to the waterfront. Primarily, we have, as far as revenues, hourly revenues go, we have a lot of visitors. So I would say about 60% of our visitors on a weekend are from out of the area. Not just out of the area, meaning Santa Barbara, Goleta, Carpinteria area, outside of those areas. So though we are proposing increases in parking fees that would affect everybody, those who frequent and would like to frequent the waterfront will have an option, an economical option to purchase an annual permit at a very reasonable price.
Mm-hmm. Which I appreciate that. I still think it could probably go up $10 maybe. It's just so incredibly low. But that was just a question about that.
And Councilmember Sten, just to add in, one of the great things about being a public harbor and a public waterfront is we try and balance the business side of things with coastal access. And so a lot of these people who are using the permits are boaters, are fishermen, they're bringing their boats in, they're using the coast. And so it's nice to have a low-cost option for those folks who are using the services we provide so regularly.
Thank you. And then for property insurance and that being such a big hit to the budget, and I'm thinking that's also because of the location of the harbor and the waterfront, and is that insurance being paid throughout the city, or is each department, like your department, are you paying a higher amount for that insurance premium than other departments?
Yeah, Councilmember Sten, each department has a property inventory, and so we kind of update those property inventories on a regular basis, and our insurance is essentially tied to that property inventory. So, yeah, you're correct. Insuring something like Stearns Wharf or it's astronomical, the price to insure those assets.
Yeah, debilitating. And it doesn't seem like you can make that up either with parking rates or...
It's a lot. It's a huge number. And so, yeah, every 50% increase in hourly parking rate brings in about $500,000. And so to make up a million insurance gets us something, but it doesn't get us anything operationally. It doesn't change our way of day-to-day. It doesn't build anything new. It's just a cost.
And then for our tenants, we've historically kept those low. For our tenants, and I'm wondering if the insurance is in any way passed on to the tenants, or if it could be.
Mm-hmm. Good question, Councilmember Sten. A majority of our tenants are required to insure. There's kind of different lease agreements with different tenants, but a lot of them, they're required to insure their buildings as well, and so sort of a share there. We haven't necessarily kept our tenant rents low. They do increase with CPI, all of them, their base rent, and a number of them are tied to a percentage of gross sales, so it really just depends on how they do as a business.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all of my, did have one more question about commercial fishermen. Any closer to them having a location? It's been part of the discussion? Do we have an update?
Yeah, we've been coordinating with them. They actually, CFSB and Commercial Fishermen presented to Harbor Commission at our last meeting, and so they're making ground with Santa Barbara City College, and so Waterfront City, we're very supportive of that, and however we can help. So I think would be a great solution and a great use of that piece of land if they can make it work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Councilmember Sten, just to clear up the revenue debacle with the mix-up. So there was our capital program for ~24 is $1.5 million. The online budget book calculated the transfer into our capital program as $1.5 million of revenue. And so the number you were looking at is artificially $1.5 million high because it was just kind of a 1.65, a transfer from one of our accounts to another.
Thank you, because that's a significant difference. I was thinking, well, you already have the revenue there that you're looking for. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any public commenters on this item? Okay, very good. We have our next item coming up. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back as the next item sets up.
In my life, not in the far past, I had 5 of them. So we've gotten rid of some of those kids, thank God. But to me, it is by far, if you're a local, it is literally, you should not go down there 3 or 4 times in a month without being pushed to the annual pass. And because I think that's also, as you couched it, that's also our responsibility to get the least amount of cost per visit. And it just seems like that's such a benefit to people, and such a small increase. And I realize it's not a big bang on the impactful total column, but still just, I just think it's a way underpriced benefit to the community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Now we'll go ahead and take that break. Be back in 10 minutes. ready to reconvene here. Madam Clerk, would you read the item, please?
Yes, this is fiscal year 2024 recommended operating and capital budget, the library presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caliente.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jessica Cadiente, your Library Director. I've had the pleasure of serving in this position since 2015. We have with us today our Library Services Managers, Christina Hernandez and Ms. Weta. And I want to thank you all for being here this afternoon. I know it is getting late in the day, but because of the importance of the issues at hand, I do think it's important that we go over the organization of the library so you have a good understanding of it. So I thank you ahead of time for your time and patience, as I know it is getting late. Next slide, please. So today I will be giving you a brief departmental overview, and then Ms. Hernandez will go over the library revenues, fee changes, and expenditures. I will then review the cuts to the library department for fiscal year 24 and 25, and then Ms. Weta will review costs to restore and enhance library operations and review our FY24 core initiatives, and then I'll be wrapping up with some FY23 highlights. Next slide, please. So this slide is our 2015 library organizational chart. One of the challenges that we have faced since the pandemic is explaining why we cannot return to 7 days a week operation, despite the fact that we were open 7 days prior to the close during the pandemic. This organizational chart represents the department that was inherited by me in 2015, and the main takeaways are that we had 3 supervisors for 9 locations in a 7-day-a-week operation. That proved both unsafe and lots of liabilities were included in that, and we also were not able to truly have good professional development or supervisory oversight of all of our staff. We were open nights and weekends. Oftentimes, our managers or the director would have to fill in order to maintain a safe environment for our library staff and patrons. We were operating on a razor's edge when COVID hit, and being closed during COVID allowed us to right size. We had proposed several years prior to the city administrator to reduce hours at the library, knowing that we were struggling with maintaining the open hours. And it's just not a fun thing to consider. And so it took the closure of COVID to actually allow us to be able to right size where we are at today. And another question that we have had is, are the programs that you have at the library eating into open hours? Are you doing programs that take away from open hours? And at this point, I would say the answer is really no. The programs that we provide are now really considered basic library services, and they serve our core mission of education and access. Next slide, please. Looking at the FY23 organizational chart of the library department, you see that we now have 6 supervisors over key areas of service: outreach and Eastside, adult education, reference services, collections, youth services, patron services, and library IT. And you'll note that we now have 3 funds and 6 programs and several grant-funded FTE. And I just want to go through this organizational chart so you understand how small our working groups are doing all of the work at the library. We have from left to right a supervising librarian who oversees outreach and the Eastside Library. The Eastside Library operates with 1 librarian and 1 library technician with 0.75 hourlies. This amount of staffing allows you to be open 4 days a week at the Eastside Library. Because of the ARPA funding that Council approved during last budget season, we are now open on Tuesday, and because of the closures or the construction at Central Library, we've put staff at the Eastside Library to be open on Mondays as well. So today, Eastside Library is open Monday through Saturday, but once those funds are lost, we'll be back to a 4-day-a-week operation. And then moving over to our adult education and adult services, we have 1 librarian and 1 Spanish outreach coordinator within our adult education division, and then 2 librarians who are overseeing adult programming and reference services for the library system. And then we have a supervisor over collections, and again, only 2 librarians are selecting all of the materials, both print and digital, for our entire library system. And then you have a technical services division, which is the back of the house work that happens at the library. And then our youth services, really one of the core areas for us. But even still, we have 1 librarian and 2 library technicians. We have supplemented with a grant-funded 0.8 position, as well as we have 0.375 currently funded hourly or hourly staff in place, and then we also have some FTE of grant hourly staff that are currently vacant. So really small team, and this is the team that is supporting the OG Readers, Stay and Play, all of our early literacy classes, and they do that throughout the library branches as well as supporting the programs that you see on Library on the Go. And then the Patron Services Division of the city libraries is the Accounts Management Division, the division that serves as the workers on most of our service points. It takes 10 to 12 individuals every hour that the central library is open. And as you can see, even when we're fully staffed, we do not come to 10 FTE in the Patron Services Division. So how do we ever open? All of the other divisions, the youth, the collections, the technical services, the adult education, outreach, they all help to fill in those gaps. So all of our staff are cross-trained to serve in basic library areas. And then for the IT, this area is critical for the library. We have many technology components that are outside of city IT. We work with over 40 different vendors that are outside of what is in a typical city IT department. Next slide, please. And then just a little bit about our hourly staff budgets. As you can see, we are never able to spend all of the money that we receive. And this is due to the nature of our hourly staff. Typically, an hourly staff member is onboarded, and it takes 3 to 6 months for them to be able to work a service point on their own, and we have them on average 290 days. So less than 100 days later, after they're fully trained, they're usually off finding another full-time job. It costs us roughly $100,000 annually to do these recruitments because we are constantly doing them. So the supervisors and managers are doing hourly hour recruitments pretty continuously, and we wanted to emphasize this because, as you recall in the 2015 organizational chart, there were more hourly FTE than permanent FTE, and we do not believe that is the best way to move forward with the library. And then we presented some of these slides during our fiscal sustainability or deep dive at Finance Committee, but we thought that they were such good slides that we would show them to the whole council and just remind everyone. You've probably heard over the course of the last, next slide please, Christina, thank you. You've probably heard over the course of this last year about Vision 2030 citywide, and the library has really been putting those pillars to work since 2015. And I won't go over all of these, but just kind of mention some of the highlights. Under innovation, we have automated, and we didn't automate so that we would replace staff. We look to really create value-added opportunities for our staff. And so instead of the transactional where I'm checking in, checking out, we have automated materials handling. Folks who want to be self-directed in the library can use the self-check. So really trying to leverage the staff that we have to bring value-added services to the community. Then with cross-training in our thriving workforce, again, as I mentioned in the organizational chart slide, this is critical, and this is the way that when we lose one of our 34 FTE because of they move or are out sick, we are not crippled. If we lose our teen librarian, we've cross-trained enough people and have a deep enough bench. Back in 2015, if our early literacy programmer left, we just didn't have story time. And so now we've really worked to have staff experts in key areas, but cross-trained across the core library services. And then looking at the operational efficiencies in our patron services, we've heard a lot about homegrown and other departmental budgets, and that has really worked for the library department as well. It is impossible to attract professional librarians. The cost of living here is very expensive, and to attract bilingual staff as well. So we've really taken the time to promote within our department, and I would say now we promote internally far more than we recruit from the outside world. And then lastly, I just want to mention in the operational efficiencies under collections, the local management of the catalog. Do want to report that since we have left the Black Gold Cooperative, we have successfully transitioned to our own online catalog, and that has proven to be very important to us, especially during the closures of construction or the pandemic. We are able to make real-life changes immediately to our catalog, to update the public for closures or what have you. In the past, that would have been several agendized meetings and discussions and taken months to actually come to fruition. So we just really want to thank the council for supporting that. Next slide, please. And then we are never done. We are on a path of continual improvement and lean management projects in FY23. Community partnerships. People love to partner with the library. We partner with 80 different organizations in any given fiscal year. And so this year we've worked to streamline this process. It is online. As we launched our new website, it was an opportunity to really make this process better. And so we did. That also includes room rentals. We launched the digital reservation system and calendar booking and online payments. And then we report to the state library and with all of the grants that we write, we need a lot of data in order to demonstrate what we are doing. And so we have brought on new software in the library that we have pushed out to all staff and all programs. And so we are going to be able to get real-time data that tells the story of the phone calls we answer, where the phone calls are coming from, are they Goleta patrons, are they Carpinteria patrons, and other data points as well that will help us both tell our story and to understand better how to staff, when to be open, all of those things. And then the EDGE technology assessment, you'll hear more about that because we'll be implementing the results of this assessment in our FY24 core goals. But essentially, this assessment helps us look at the technology we need to work as a department and to serve our community. Next slide, please. And when I presented this slide to the Finance Committee during our deep dive, we discussed how we were a basic library in 2015. We had, a summer reading program, some basic early literacy classes, and we've really been working over the course of the last 8 years to become a community responsive organization and to really help fill the gaps in education and to help support all the different community needs. And with some of the cuts in the library's budget this year, we are moving backwards towards the basic library tier. Next slide, please. So then just want to wrap up this section with a few benchmarks, just so you know where we're at with some of our comparable libraries. And these libraries are comparables based on their demographics, population, and who they serve. And so looking at the percent of budget from local funds, as you can see, we're an outlier in this, and that 15% of our overall funding comes from essentially grants and donations. It's where you can see most other libraries, most of their revenue is coming from local sources. Looking at the budget per capita again, Santa Barbara is in the lower tier of our benchmarked libraries, and we should also mention that many of these libraries, while they are true costs to deliver service to the library, they do not include the allocated costs that we include within our budget. And so this number is slightly skewed high for us as a library system. Next slide, please. So we have worked very hard to create a lot of professional development opportunities. We have library academies that are online to help our staff as they're onboarded, and truly staff start working at the library and somehow we find ourselves having many people wanting to go to library school. They find a passion there. But we're still middle of the pack. 28 of our staff have a master's degree in library and information science. And then population served per FTE. We are at the top of that with our benchmarks at over 2,500 per person working in the library, and this includes our zone population. So as we've articulated here before, we serve a lot of the population in the county, including Goleta, and that population is not reflected here. That number would be significantly higher. Look, next slide, please. So we have a service model at Santa Barbara Public Library. It serves similar to a strategic plan, but it's a condensed version and really helps us focus on the areas for which we will deliver service. So when somebody comes up with a great idea for a program, either a patron or a staff, we can point to these and say if they're not in one of these buckets, we don't have the capacity to entertain that as something that we're going to do as a library. So access in education is what everything is centered around. Either that's access to services in your native language, access to educational opportunities, access to collections, either digitally or in print, and then all of these things around it help to move that mission forward. Our youth services, adult education, collections, staff development, library on the go, communications and community engagement, and our Spanish outreach. And and I bring this to your attention because we have been strategic about what we cut. You will see that there are entertainment, arts and culture, those types of events and programs have really been cut from the library's deliverables due to staff capacity. Next slide, please. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. I will go ahead and start with our general fund revenues, and then we'll move into the fee schedule. So just a quick overview of this fiscal year's revenue sources, and we wanted to make sure we listed all of our revenue sources, including those that fall outside of the general fund. So the first one is our county per capita, and then this is a revenue source received from the County of Santa Barbara. It is based on our Zone 1 service population that is actually calculated and set by Santa Barbara County. Grants, the library actively pursues grants every year, and so that is one of our major revenue sources as well. Donations, these are both friends and foundation contributions as well as private donors. The county admin fee, so this is the fee that the library is able to receive based on the oversight of a county branch location. This fiscal year, we just have one location in Montecito that we are overseeing. And fees and service charges. So these are all of the rest of our fees and charges that are charged in the general fund for things like room rentals and replacement fees. Moving into general fund revenues. So again, starting with the county per capita, you'll see a gradual increase over the years from fiscal 22 to 23, and now an additional 3% in 24. That is just a CPI adjustment that has been confirmed by the County of Santa Barbara. Again, next is the county admin fee. So the drastic change from fiscal year 22 to 23, that is because we no longer manage the Carpinteria branch library location, so that means a reduction in the admin fee. So now we only have one location in Montecito, so that was a reduction there. And then there's a slight increase in 24 and 25, and this is based on an increase in their expenditures, but we do expect over time that this will decrease as the county has currently capped what we can recover at 25% of their expenditures. Rents, these are for our rental spaces. So in FY22, we had several COVID in-person capacity restrictions still in place. So once those restrictions were lifted in FY23, there's been a drastic increase in demand for our rental spaces. And so we expect to achieve our targets this year at 33,000. And then next year, we are expecting a drastic increase as well in that revenue, because not only did we do a revamping of our rental fees, but we will have 3 additional exterior spaces to rent as well with the completion of the Michael Tobes Library Plaza on the outside, and we are already receiving inquiries for that space. Donations, so this fiscal year, many of our donations are restricted, so we started scheduling those in the miscellaneous grants fund. So that's why you see a reduction here and then zeroed out over the next 2 fiscal years. It's not that we don't receive donations, we're putting them in the miscellaneous grants fund because many of those are restricted on what we can purchase. And service charges. So service charges and fees, we are below target this year compared to FY22, and this is essentially primarily due to access issues. In FY22, we were still limited to in-person capacity restrictions in the library, and then moving into 23, for much of the year, many of our spaces have been blocked because of construction access and safety barricades going up. So our library patrons didn't have access to things that they would normally pay for, such as copy machines or the book sale wall or library merchandise, or even access for us to accept fees at our registers. So we've recently now expanded access to most of the spaces in the library, so we are achieving some of that revenue in this year in FY23, and we do expect an increase in 24 as we did revamp some of our fees on the fee schedule as well. And you'll notice a significant increase in service charges for FY24. We are also proposing on our fee schedule to take over the management of the sale of art in the Faulkner Gallery, and we would earn a 20% commission on the sale of art. So we just wanted to visually demonstrate some of our revenue trends over the past several years, going back to 2018, looking ahead to 2025, and just some of the things to point out are our general fund grants. That's the category towards the bottom in the light blue color. So we just wanted to make sure that general fund grants, the library is still actively pursuing grants every year, and that is a significant source of revenue for us, but we are removing it from the general fund and putting that into the miscellaneous grants fund because many of those grants span several years. And so that's why that blue category has been removed. Also, our county per capita, so you'll notice the green section, the light green section in the middle. That, while there has been some CPI adjustment over the years, the amount we receive for county per capita has not been increased significantly at all over the years, and it does not account for the patrons that we serve that live outside of our designated service area in Zone 1. The orange category, friends donations and non-governmental grants. So again, we just wanted to point out that we still are receiving those contributions and private donations, but those again are being scheduled in the miscellaneous grants fund because they are restricted. And then the admin fee, you'll notice a drastic change, that top category. So again, this is the fee we receive for the management of a county branch location. In 2018, we had multiple locations, including Goleta, and so you'll notice as those county branches have splintered off, that is a reduction to the admin fee for our library, so that revenue is reduced. So currently, in 2023 and going forward, we only have the Montecito location that we're overseeing. And a broad overview of our fee schedule changes that we are proposing. We are proposing a nominal increase to some of our fees, such as copy machines, and that's to recover the cost of the copier supplies. So, increasing the black and white and color copier fees while still making them an affordable choice compared to other local businesses that have copier services. Increasing our interlibrary loan borrowing fees and some of our replacement fees. This is to account for additional postage and processing time for staff, as well as we wanted to make our replacement fees more in line with the actual cost of the item. We added some additional tiers for library merchandise sales, and as well as additional tiers for our library things collection. And one of the things the library is currently investigating is additional revenue generating opportunities. So we're currently looking into passport execution as well as notary services. We are not ready to launch those services, but as we're looking into that, we wanted to make sure they get added to the fee schedule. And then as mentioned earlier, we did an overhaul of our venue rental fees and our exhibit space rental fees. So for our venue rentals, we are proposing a standard rate, and then there will be a nonprofit rate, which will receive a 50% discount. There'll be a out-of-service area rate, so that's our standard rate plus 25%, and then a commercial rate, which is something that we've not done in the past for those who want to sell items out of one of our spaces or have a fundraising opportunity. They will pay the commercial rate. Wanted to spend a few moments. This is our most significant fee changes, is our proposal for our exhibit fees. So we are proposing that our exhibit space rental rate become combined with the cost of having a 3-hour First Thursday reception. This actually simplifies the rental application process for both staff and for the renter. Rather than having to fill out 2 applications and go through the process twice, we want to make it more efficient and streamline the process. So the 3-hour First Thursday reception charge will be included in one fee with the exhibit rentals. And this also avoids the issue with unsanctioned receptions. We have had some of those come upon those in the Faulkner Gallery where they're hosting a reception and they have not reserved the space or filled out the proper waivers to do so. So this will avoid that issue as well. Another thing, another value-added service that we're including in that fee is marketing for those exhibitions. So the library has robust marketing for all of our programs and services, and we feel that this would be beneficial for both the library and the artist as well, to include that staff time for marketing costs in the rental fees. As mentioned earlier, the library would like to take on the management for the sale of art in the Faulkner Galleries. So we would essentially earn a 20% commission and 25% if paid by credit card, because we want to offset those credit card fees that we do pay. This would be a new revenue source for the library, and this is actually still below market value. Many of our local galleries are charging 35% or more for commission, so this would also allow the artist to earn more on the sale of art and be beneficial for the library. It's also more streamlined because they're exhibiting and selling in the same location. And then we can also ensure that proper business practices are being followed, ensuring that they have a business license. And so you'll notice the increase in fees with the 3-hour room rental going from $1,200 to $1,800, and that also, it would include the additional marketing, which is currently not being done. And that's for the main gallery, and then the east and west wing galleries going from $370 to $600. And before I go into expenditures, I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Cariente to go over our permanent reductions and some of the impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So going into the budgetary impacts for our permanent reductions in FY24 and 25, the library is looking at reducing $126,000 in FY24 and $193,000 in FY25. And there are not pots of money in the library that large. Collections and staffing are really the only two areas. But first, we looked at removing the vehicle replacement allocation for the library on the Go Van. As you know, our library on the Go Van is a fully funded vehicle that was funded by grant and donations. And so we are very confident that we will be able to do that again, and so we are removing this from the scheduled allocation annually. So that will be $39,820, and then looking at the next pot of money at collections. Now, even though we have had the reductions that we saw during COVID restored, every year, this library has made an operational cut outside of that in order to balance. A lot of that was due to the splintering of the county libraries and the loss of that additional revenue. We did not lose whole people. We lost pieces of what people were doing for the county, but those positions still mostly exist at the central library. And so we are proposing to reduce the digital collection budget by $87,016 in 24, and then $154,112 in 25. Now you might ask, why digital? The preponderance of our youth books that are checked out are through print, and so we do not want to risk not having a robust collection for our school-aged visitors to the library, as well as that teacher support. And the outside agencies beyond Santa Barbara, as you know, the county unincorporated areas and Goleta use our digital materials quite robustly. Typically on any given year, 25 to 30% of that collection budget goes to supporting residents outside of our Zone 1 service area. And so for all of those reasons, we'll be looking to grants and donations, mostly donations. There are not a lot of grants out there for collections, and so we will need to work with our support groups in order to bring this back up to status quo. And status quo is not meeting the need nor demand. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Cariente. And now I will go into our FY24 and 25 general fund expenditures. So salaries and benefits, you'll see increases between 22 going into 24 and 25. This includes all salaries, the increase in benefits charges, the unfunded liability, cost of living increases as well. We do realize that The change you see here, 18%, is high. That is not additional staff. We only had one reclassification request included in that. So we will be reviewing this with the finance department, and there will be most likely some technical adjustments here in this category. Allocated costs. The change between 23 and 24 has slightly gone down. These are the things we pay to other departments for things like building maintenance and custodial, city IT as well. There was a reduction here as well because, as Ms. Caliente mentioned, we removed our annual vehicle replacement allocation as part of our, to meet our goal for our reduction measure. Collections. Again, this category in FY '24 and '25 has been significantly reduced to meet our reduction as well. I just want to note in FY '22 seems significantly higher than this year. That is because we had salary savings in FY '22 that we were able to to use towards collections to supplement that. Supplies and services. So supplies and services, this is to reflect a 10% increase overall in cost because of inflation. So this supplies and services in this category are things like our general office supplies and equipment. Our integrated library system is included here, our security as well as training and meetings. And then the last category is social services. So this was a special project added to the library's budget in fiscal year '22. The pricing there is low in '22, and that's because for most of the year we had some recruitment challenges actually getting the contracted worker on staff. So we worked with Family Service Agency to do that, and that took almost the entire year to get that done. So the remaining balance of that was actually carried to fiscal year '23. So in '24 and '25 is the actual what it should be, and that 141,000 in '24 and 148 in '25 does include a 5% increase for their overhead and cost of living increases as well. And again, similar, we wanted to provide a visual representation of our expenditure trends going back to 2018 and looking ahead to 2025. So just a few things to point out. The light blue category on the bottom, as you can see, our charges for unfunded liability are increasing. So those are our PERS costs. Supplies and services and collections at the top, those are the blue categories towards the top. Those have gradually been decreasing over the years because we have had to shave off of our supplies and services in order to meet targeted reductions, and now for collections as well. The purple category at the top, that's new compared to previous years, special projects, that is our social services charges. And then the very black category in the top is parking. The library has started to pay for parking for library staff to deal with some of the safety issues that we're experiencing. And in FY '24, we've budgeted $42,000 to pay for library staff parking. This calculates out to the staff paying for 25% of that and the department paying for 75% of that. And I will hand it over to the next slide for cost to restore or enhance library operations.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. First, I'd like to discuss some open hour scenarios to restore Central Library to the pre-pandemic 55 hours a week. We ran several staffing scenarios in order to accomplish this, and our recommendation would be, if there was funding available for that, to have a supervisor, a senior librarian. As Ms. Caliente explained, we previously didn't have supervisor coverage on weekends, which led us to liability concerns, supervisory concerns, less quality of service that we were giving to the public on those very busy days, and also dealing with facilities issues outside of the normal business hours of the city. Really needs that supervisory oversight. And currently, even under our current operations, as a manager, we're often working extra hours, evenings and weekends, because the library doesn't have an overtime budget, and we're the only exempt employees. So in order to restore hours, we would need an additional supervisor, and then the 4 additional staff are based on those service point hours. We would be looking at going from roughly 15,000 hours needed at 36 open hours to 25,055 hours. So those 4 additional staff get you to make up that difference. We'd also like to present what it would cost to maintain our current open hours at Eastside Library. That would be an additional .8 library tech position, in addition to continued funding for the .8 ARPA, which will expire in December of 2024, halfway through FY25. We're currently pulling from Central to cover those open hours because of construction, and wouldn't be able to maintain that once we're through with that. Next slide, please. And then we also just want to go over some trends and collection budgets to give some more context to that. Right now, we have the FY28 through FY25 trends, and just showing you how we've adjusted our collection budgets over the years. In FY 2018, we started prioritizing our digital collections due to growing demand and buying our own content in addition to what we contributed to Black Gold because they were uninterested in increasing funding for that. And then in FY 20, we started adding in online learning platforms like LinkedIn Learning and Mango Languages. During COVID, the state library began paying for many workforce-related online services and then the New York Times, but we're unsure of how long that will continue because some of that was ARPA funding. So that's reflected in the online learning chart that you see there. And then licensing models for digital books and ebooks have changed. That ARPA money that we received in FY22 to spend over the next several fiscal years helped us close the gap from leaving Black Gold. We paid in a significant amount of content that we were not able to move with us when we left Black Gold, and we're now no longer able to buy them under the same purchasing models where they're for perpetual use. Now they always expire, so that's an ongoing expense that means that we're always going to be outpacing demand with what we can supply to the public in terms of digital collections. Next slide. And then we just want to go over some of our underfunded departmental priorities. First off is obviously the staffing levels to provide service 7 days a week and evening hours for working families at Central Library. The lack of the evening hours is impacting access to tutoring spaces after school, opportunities for families to check out books on evenings and weekends, and we're struggling with the decision to open later because then we would have challenges offering early literacy classes in the mornings and disrupting the routines of the seniors and other vulnerable individuals who rely on access to the library at 10 a.m. Eastside Library has blossomed and grown over the last several years despite the pandemic. This has been because we've prioritized hiring Spanish-speaking staff. We've introduced the wildly successful innovative early literacy program Stay and Play that piloted at the Eastside Library. We remodeled the space and we're poised to celebrate that remodel right when we closed for COVID. We've been offering programming for Spanish-speaking seniors and have some robust community partnerships that really meet the needs of that community, like our partnership with United Way for tax prep assistance for low income, partnership with Sansum Clinic on diabetes education and screening, and working with the Fire Safe Council to offer Spanish language fire prevention education later in early June. Just some examples. We're poised to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the opening of Eastside Library this fall, which was built in 1973. And we really are working closely with some city and county departments to make Eastside a resiliency hub so that in things like storm floods, where we saw a lot of patrons be able to access social services and get information on FEMA assistance through our social services program out of the Eastside Library. We just don't want to lose that momentum that we've gained there. If we're funded at 55 hours due to our cross-training and professional development, we actually have the bandwidth not only to be open, but to engage in some of the programming that the community is missing and better support partners due to greater flexibility with staffing. It just lets all of that much easier to schedule and manage. With our outreach services to senior in neighborhoods without a library building, currently we're able to do about 40 van stops a month, but with the second van coming next fiscal year, we would like to be able to increase that. We're not hitting every senior housing just on a monthly basis, so not as frequently as we would like, and we're not always able to participate in all the special events. For instance, this Wednesday, we were invited to a housing authority event for families, and then two schools had also their like open house nights, and we had to choose which one we were going to go to. We, participated just last week in like 2 events over the weekend, Earth Day and the Community History at the Presidio, and all of those maker and school events. And we've also activated State Street on a regular basis with our Start from Art program and with special pop-up events. And that really increases the vibrancy of our community and helps us reach people who might not otherwise access all of the free resources that the library provides. Increasing our collection budgets to meet community demand would look like about $750,000 annually to just barely keep up with what we say our markets what we would like to provide. And then staffing levels to support the program so we don't have to cut arts and culture or adult enrichment or the frequency of early literacy classes and school outreach. Next slide, please. With that, we'll present our FY24 core goals. First up is thriving workforce. You'll notice that one of the library's goals with our core was to focus on interdepartmental collaboration, since these initiatives are more inward focusing. We're collaborating with city human resources to leverage existing library programs and services to better support the recruitment of ongoing city staff through things like our job fairs, which were really successful, and our workforce development program to help people get access to the computers to apply online and things of that nature. Supporting staff development through advancement opportunities and succession planning by offering continuing education, professional development, and training. As Ms. Cadiente mentioned, almost all of our recent internal promotions have been because we've grown those staff locally, because it's very challenging to recruit from out of the area. We're also supporting youth development and future interest in public services by offering paid teen internship positions. That's currently grant funded, but even after the grant expires, we would like to roll that into at least a summer program with our hourly budget, because it's been so successful for the teens and also helps us out with extra hands at youth programs at our busiest time of year. Next slide. With organizational optimization, we're continuing to collaborate interdepartmentally with the economic development staff to leverage library programs and services to support the business community. Again, with things like job fairs, our business education resources, and downtown events. And then the second is really just the umbrella for all of our metrics related to circulation, door count for visits to our facilities, program attendance, and all of those metrics that we report out to various agencies. Next slide. And then Ms. Cadiente mentioned that this year we completed the EDGE technology assessment, and next year in terms of innovation, we're looking towards implementing some of those recommendations. The first one is about accessibility for people by adopting more assistive technology. Secondly is about supporting content creation through access to technology and educational opportunities. And then additionally looking to do some community and stakeholder surveys about the future needs regarding technology access. We've had great success with our community engagement in helping to understand the needs and priorities with regards to collections and serving our Spanish-speaking community. And this year we would like to focus on the long-term technology needs. For these projects, we'll be looking for additional grant funding like we did to upgrade our failing Wi-Fi access points in the previous fiscal year, as these are not budgeted projects. Next slide. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Cadiente for capital.
Thank you, Ms. Weta. We're getting through it, almost to the end. Thank you for sticking with us. So looking at our capital projects for moving into FY24, there are several. The East Side Library Garage has been pulled out of the East Side Library Master Plan as a one-off construction project. Currently this year we have funding through ARPA for the design of that project. Looking at the Central Library Faulkner Gallery AV equipment upgrade, that will bring a system similar to what you see here in City Council, so that we can actually support streaming other commissions or other library programs to the public. We actually get a lot of requests for recordings, and this will be more of a professional recording available to our public. And then the library technology replacement. This is a real win for the library. We've been struggling to find a way to plan for our technology replacement. We did not have a line item within our budget And so being able to put this into Measure C in the first 2 years are front-loaded a little bit heavier than what you would see in the outgoing years of 26, 27, 28, because we have had so many years of not replacing the technology that has reached its end of life. And then the central library is getting a new elevator in the middle of the library, as you know, is ADA compliant. However, we do still have the older elevator that we are planning to turn into a service elevator for $160,000. So that would be the elevator that would bring the book carts up and down, so that we will not be competing with the public access elevator. The Central Library lobby and roof terrace, both of those projects are most likely needing to be done simultaneously. The patio is creating issues in the lobby with the roof, and so we'll be working with Public Works to determine how best to approach those two projects. And then the exterior Faulkner doors and the historic doors in Timpanum, both of those projects, we're currently getting a restoration professional to come and give us a specific quote, hoping that this amount of money will cover that. And it is fitting to do those projects on the heel of the plaza opening so that we have the entire library restored. Back in 2017, the entire library was repainted, but those projects we could not afford to do at that time. So it is nice that we have them planned for completion as the library plaza does come online. And then similarly, the Central Library Faulkner Gallery Kitchen, this is for the design of that. We have a large-ish closet area in the Faulkner Gallery that we will be looking to put a small commercial kitchen, so then you can imagine the kitchen, the event space in the library, and then it opens out into the Michael Tobes Library Plaza. Next slide, please. And then I would be remiss if I did not give a quick update on the Library Plaza work and remind you all to be at our ribbon cutting on October 21st. We are looking like we will meet that deadline. It's very exciting, but you can see the plaza coming to life there in the middle there. That is where the Santa Barbara Public Library name will be. Those are very large stones that are being placed in. So it's very exciting to see it coming to fruition. Next slide, please. So now I will wrap up with some good news stories on FY23 department highlights and priorities. Next slide, please. All right. So as Ms. Weta mentioned, we are known for being very successful in our job fairs on State Street. We participated in a job fair during the pandemic with the SB Foundation and other agencies, and the Santa Barbara Public Library was found to be the best at convening and collaborating, and so we were given 3 additional grants to continue this work, and we've already had 2 of these job fairs. I hope you check them out. Each one gets bigger and better as they go on, and the last one will be, I'm sure, even more successful with more community partners. And then the new website launch, I just want to give extreme kudos to our web team at the library. They really helped lead on this in many ways, especially in the city's translation of the website. If you look at the library's subsite in particular, we try to translate as much as possible so that we, again, access is important to us at all levels. And then we did source and implement a new calendar. First, we looked at that for the library, and we were told there was nothing that could be done with the Drupal system that we had, but the library persevered and found a calendar. And now you can check it out on the library subsite, but it will be going citywide. It looks like it will support the entire city. So again, kudos to the library IT team. And then our Spanish outreach team, as you know, we reclassed a position to a Spanish outreach coordinator, and that position is serving in ways that are just instrumental and profound to our community, as well as targeting all the new populations. And, you know, I remember working the EOC during the Thomas Fire, and I remember the library staff being on the front lines, and we were not prepared to communicate as we needed to our Spanish-speaking population. And so this was in response to that. And now we have a team that really works on these relationships in our community, and we've built that trust, and so the next time they know where to turn and where those relationships are, where they can seek their help. And next slide, please. Community connections. So as Ms. Hernandez talked about, our special project line item is for our social services, and this is Mercy, pictured here, our social service worker from FSA. And we provide this, but it is really about navigating all of these different things for people. Social services plus partnerships. So we're not doing this by ourselves. We are not soliciting work. This is really interwoven into all of the work that the library does. It is embedded in both, particularly the adult education and the youth services work. And just in it took us a while to onboard our social service worker. She actually didn't come on until October of '22. And just from there until February, 244 unique consultations and referrals. And what we're really seeing is that this work is finding that 0 to 5. The families who haven't entered the school system yet, who don't know how to navigate, how to get into preschool or what have you in the library, and through this and our Community Connections work has really helped to support that. And the Community Connections was one of the grants that we received. We received $100,000 to help support all of this work as well. And so I do want to mention the FEMA applications. The East Side Library served as a local area local assistance center and did all of that paperwork, and Mercy and our other staff in adult education really led that. And I think it was seamless, and really it was easy to implement because we already had the staff that were used to making appointments, used to dealing with that kind of calendaring. And so it wasn't a system we had to set up. We just had to say, instead of helping somebody get their vital records, you're going to help them do this FEMA work. And it was just a seamless transition during that time. And then I can't speak enough about the partnerships, because we bring in all of these different groups. These are just some examples. The Diabetes Clinic, Alzheimer's Association, Computers for Families. We will bring in, we do early intervention. Through our partnerships, children are diagnosed with autism, or they understand that they have dyslexia early on. And so through all of this community connection work, all of this is possible. Next slide, please. So OG Readers. This is our tutoring program for struggling readers. Back in, if you remember, we had a very successful homework help program in the Children's Library. But as you know, we try very hard not to duplicate services. And so once we realized that the school district was doing a fairly robust homework help after school, as well as feeding families, we transitioned away from our homework help and leaned into our Orton Gillingham, or our OG Readers program. And this program, again, it's similar to our adult literacy program, but is partnering first through fourth graders with a tutor who is a struggling reader to get them to grade level reading. And then we do have 50 active tutor learner pairs, which is our capacity. We could not bring on more due to the staffing levels. But again, this is a staff person who leads the training of a team of volunteers. So these are 50 volunteers paired with the tutors, and it is staff that build the curriculum and make sure that the actual workflow is appropriate. And then we have been asked by the school district to teach their entire school district or different classes, and of course we will work through that in some fashion. But we are known for we have credibility in education for this work. And then the school collaboration, which I just hope gets better and better as we're getting out of COVID, and the school district also has more capacity as they're bringing on their new administration. So we'll be coming forward with a joint meeting sometime in the near future. And we're really poised to grow our collaboration with the school district, especially if they're very engaged in helping us become more efficient in how we do that. And the reason that we focus so much, and these are such core areas for the library, is because in our community, on average, in the school district, 54% of third through sixth graders are not reading at grade level. And so these types of programs are going to help with that gap. Next slide, please. Library on the Go. So Library on the Go has been more successful, has surpassed every metric that we put on it, and was so successful that the state library gave us another $250,000 to do a second Library on the Go vehicle, which will be all electric as well. And this is helping us reach unduplicated patrons. And it's such an efficiency as well. If you consider, we can send 2 staff members to the Mesa or to a senior center and serve a whole new population of people. So it's bringing the library. It's not your traditional bookmobile. It is actually, we consider it a branch of the Santa Barbara Public Library. It just shows up where you need it to be. And so then looking at our digitization projects, this is something that we've been trying to do for many years. This is such a boon for the community. The Santa Barbara Public Library holds old newspapers that no other agency holds, even the news press. We have their historic on microfilm, and so we were able to do through 1962? 66. So through 1966, and we would be glad to work on digitizing the rest of that collection for online access, but because of copyright, we would need the permission from the news press in particular. So if we could get that, we would work on that as well. And then finally, we just want to wrap up. Early on in the presentation, you saw the service model deliverables, the 7 core areas, but this chart here represents all of the things that we are asked to do. The bigger the bubble, the bigger the focus for the library. So collections, the library should do collections better than that is what we do. So we should do that better than anyone else, and we should make sure that we have access in all ways for all different people. And then all of these other areas, we could do better, we could do more. Business education and networking, the innovative programs and cutting edge technology. We have the staff talent, we just do not have the staff capacity to do many of these things. And we, again, are really just leaning into the early literacy, the in-depth assistance for technological support. There's this gamut of library users. You either have the very proficient, the self-directed, the people who know how to navigate the system, know how to place all the holds, know how to find all the best sellers, know how to find the key programs to attend. And then you have the user on the very other far extreme that perhaps does not know how to use a computer, cannot place their own holds, could not find their own books, or is lonely, just wants to talk to you, just wants to spend time with you. And so our library staff, they deserve so much. They've been so resilient through all of the pressures of trying to meet these demands, through COVID, through having a leader who was sick for a long time, through now the construction. They have moved their staff spaces so many times and have been so flexible. I just want to say thank you to them. But all of these things are things that the library could do, but as they get smaller, we're doing less of them. And so any questions, we're happy to answer. And that concludes our presentation.
Okey doke, I'm worn out too. That was great. It was a lot of information, and I would like to ask my colleagues to keep questions relatively brief so we can get to the folks that have been waiting to speak, and then we'll get back to comments after that. So if you could just keep our audience in mind when you ask your questions, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Friedman. Perfect.
Thank you. I think you probably were talking to me because you know I got a lot of questions about the library. But just real briefly, I want to thank you and your staff, Ms. Caliente, for just the remarkable work that you do. And it shows, I mean, it's everything from the traditional library to the outreach and services to public safety functions to everything. So just really appreciate that. But I'll get you right into my questions, and I'll have a few comments at the end, but I promise not to make those too long either. First, I just want to start off with the Montecito Library, a couple questions about that. You mentioned that there's a cap of the 25% on the admin fee, and there's also the level of service that can you explain, is the service we're providing fully funded by the county? And if not, how do we compare to other jurisdictions that are managing libraries, and would we be able to possibly reduce those costs to us and have the county pick those up?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. The Montecito Library, the administrative fee that they pay is capped at 25%, and it is that 25% of their budget. So whatever their budget is what the 25% is based on, and then the city allocated costs are paid first, and then the library department receives whatever is left over as their admin fee. So our admin fee will begin to decline as those allocated costs increase. But specifically to your question, it does not cover the cost to manage the Montecito Library, in particular because the Santa Barbara Public Library has a more robust staffing than the other zone libraries. And so you don't find a library on the go van, for example, in other areas that they're sending to locations. So you could put a dollar amount on what that costs and have those conversations with the county in terms of, this is what your admin fee provides. These are the a la carte options for which you can also pay for, and the county can then decide what level Montecito Library would be funded at.
And is there a way, in terms of this year's budget, because of the challenges and going into next year, that we could go to that basic level of service that's comparable to what the other jurisdictions that are managing county libraries do, and have that conversation? And perhaps if it's staffing issues where we're having extra staff over there, we could bring them back to our other libraries to help with some of the challenges. Is that a possibility this year?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, the staff that are staffing the Montecito Branch Library, staff are a part of the Montecito Branch budget, and so they're appropriate to be at the Montecito Library. Where the subsidy comes in is in Ms. Wetta's time, Ms. Hernandez's time, my time, the programming librarians at Central Library, the marketing, the IT, the collections, all of the professional work happens at the Central Library. So we needed to determine how much that admin fee will cover of that, and then what can be considered the extras, and then the county can decide whether or not they would like to fund those extras.
And we're having that discussion with them this year about the extras.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could pull up slide 5 real quickly. Just have a quick question on slide 5 here. The reductions that we're having in the budget trends, is that adjusted for inflation, or is it back in 2018 we were at 350,000 and we're budgeting for 300,000 this year? So basically, are those numbers, do we have that number in 2018, and has inflation even impacted that more, so it's actually less?
Correct. Back in, if you look back even further to 2015, our hourly budget was closer to the 600,000s, and at that time, staffing was $8 to $9 per hour, and now it's $15.50. So you actually get less for the money than you did back then.
So it's not with inflation, it's actually a less of a service, even though we're reducing it. So the impact's even greater than what those bars show.
Correct.
Okay. And then if you could go to slide 9. So this slide, it shows that the per capita is pretty low compared to others, and then the government funding. And if you could pull up slide 10. The population served, we're at one of the highest there. So is that sustainable for our staff over time? Because it seems like that's a high workload for the relatively small amount of budgeting that goes towards it. And how does that affect our ability to keep and retain our staff and just not burn out, basically?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Absolutely. Library staff are very passionate about what we do, and they aim to serve all constituents that come through our doors that we meet in the community. But when you have a disproportionate demand on the number of staff that are confronting that demand, it does exhaust and create even a sense of post-traumatic stress in some situations because of the escalating incidents that can occur in some of these individuals as well. And if you have just a small number of people dealing with all of those incidents or all of the challenges over time, it absolutely impacts our ability to attract and retain.
And if you could pull up slide 20. So on this slide, I'm looking at fiscal year 22 actuals, collections, 683,000. And then in 23, we're projecting that'll be just under 500. And then we're looking at this coming year, as part of this is just under 400, and then getting closer to 300 as part of the 2-year budget going into 25. Again, those are not adjusted for inflation, and the costs have risen astronomically for collections, correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, that is correct. The Library Department has had a status quo collection budget for several years, but as Ms. Hernandez stated, we are sometimes able to use salary savings to boost it.
And so when you look at the proposed of 400 versus almost 700, you're getting towards 40% or so, but with inflation, that's actually a bigger reduction than the difference between those two numbers.
That is correct. And as Ms. Wetta was explaining as well, our inability to purchase one copy, one users digitally, and because we left all of those titles with Black Gold. And so we're constantly having to replace the title that expires after 12 months or 26 checkouts.
All right, and if you could pull up slide 23. So I wanted to talk about briefly, I'm glad you put this slide in here. So in order for, right now the Central Library is open 5 days a week at 36 hours from 10 to 5 with an extra hour on Thursday. And to get back to 7 days per week would cost in the $600,000 range for that. I understand this slide.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, that is correct based on our recommendation here.
And so in the previous years, we've been balancing the budget. We've been balancing it, but we haven't included this cost because we've said the balanced budget includes a library being closed, the central library being closed 2 days a week.
That is correct.
And then if you go to the right side of that slide, with the East Side Library, currently that's open 6 days a week.
Yes.
And from what you said tonight regarding the ARPA position, which would a year and a half from now go away, December of '24, unless we funded it, and then we needed to have the additional tech position just for staffing reasons. What would be the impact if, and this is additions that we need, so it's not part of the budget. If we didn't have the additional staffing and we didn't fund the ARPA, what would happen to the East Side Library?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we would return to the 4-day-a-week operation that we had prior to this additional funding and additional staffing.
And what was the 4-day?
It was Wednesday through Saturday.
Wednesday through Saturday, what were the hours, do you recall?
Ms. Sweater or Ms. Hernandez?
We were open 12 to 5 on Wednesdays, 10 to 5 on Thursdays and Saturdays, and 10 to 3 on Saturdays.
There's some days where it's 10 to 3, so some of those 4 days, when the students are getting out of school, the library wouldn't be open. So even though it's open 4 days, in that critical after-school time, they wouldn't have it, so it'd be down to 3 days for them to be there to go after school. If school gets out about 2:30 or 3.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Freeman, that is correct. Those hours were adopted during COVID, so it was really in response to much different service model delivery. We were focused on, providing access to books and computers for like essential services and not the robust programming that we like to offer because of limits on how many people could gather at one time. So those were the hours that was based on.
But we could adjust those if we needed,
Yes,
if it had to go
yes.
back to 4 days. Promise only a couple more questions. If you could pull up slide 31. So pleased to see that we're considering doing the roof terrace renovation. That's been closed for 15 years or so, and it would be a great addition towards the plaza. But the design, the kitchen is what I wanted to ask. So it's $90,000 for design, and that would get us, but then we'd have to build it. And is there any estimate of what it would cost to build that?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, at this point, there is not, and that's really why we're doing the design. There's thought, this is 10% of what it would cost potentially. Is the reasoning behind the $90,000, it could look at potentially $900,000.
So we get that, and then it'd be another, say, $900,000 to build it, and that would be an actual great revenue generator above and beyond what we could do. So, but that's not budgeted in any way either. Okay, and then I think I wanted to ask you about the resiliency hub at the East Side Library. Aside from the service, if the East Side Library were to close on certain days, how does that affect the use of the resiliency hub and other public safety functions that can occur during emergencies if the library were closed, or in a recovery where we're using that as a place where people need to go to get information, but we don't have the hours to open them? Will we reopen it, or would it just be we'd have to find some way else to serve the community during an emergency?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, if it was a true emergency, I think we would strategically look at where our staff are most needed. But if we don't have the staff capacity there to open it, then yes, that community would suffer and struggle. Yeah. Ms. Sueda?
Thank you. I'd just like to also add that it's the relationships that really make that successful and the ongoing contact with that community that staff are doing on a day-to-day basis that really would leverage in an emergency, that when that's the most important part of it. So deploying after the fact, if we had closed it for a year and then all of a sudden there's an emergency, it's less successful.
So it could affect emergency responses. Okay, so this will be my last question, and so I want to preference it in terms of the conversation that the council had on Wednesday night regarding public safety. And the structural deficit, according to the information the council got on April 18th, is for this coming year is $3.8 million. And so the budget reductions from all departments in the general fund are being asked to reduce about 2.7 million, and that includes what you're proposing in your budget. And out of that 2.7 million in reductions that we're looking at, police and fire is proposed about 1.5 million of that. But there could be a case to be made, and and this is a discussion we had, that they are such essential services that 1.5 million, it's really hard to do that for obvious reasons. But that 1.5 million would need to be made up somehow by the other general fund departments. And so my question to you is, if the library had to come in and look at potentially 500,000 of that or somewhere around that, what would that mean in terms of things you would be looking to reduce? And I don't mean to say this will cost 500,000. You'd have to go back because that was a recent discussion. But what would it mean in terms of the services that you would be looking at to reduce if you had to go above and beyond what you have now and you're looking at a couple $100,000 or $500,000 more?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, to look for an additional $500,000, $1 million in the library's budget would be quite drastic. We would have to look at reducing, if not eliminating, hours at the East Side Library. We would need to look at parking the library on the go, reducing the Central Library's hours, and the impacts of all of this would mean a reduced professional staff, a staff that retention would be impossible, and you'd be putting the county per capita at risk potentially as well.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I'll just ask a couple questions, but to be very clear, I would not be suggesting we would be taking those fundings from the library at all. Just to put that right out so that's not even for myself, not on the table. You're already operating, I mean, you're doing so much with so little. You're already operating on next to nothing. Could some of these capital projects or things that aren't people or services be delayed somewhat, or maybe with grant funding, or are there, I'm maybe need clarity on what sort of the bottom line is of what you're proposing based on what you're being asked to do.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, these capital projects are being funded from Measure C, so this money wouldn't go to the operation of the library to help support that if we were not going to move forward with these projects.
Okay, so something else though. Could you show me the slide of what are the proposed actual
cuts?
Which I hate to even say that because I don't think that you should be cut at all. So it's delaying or getting other funding for the library on the go and then reducing the digital collections. And that's over 2 years. That would be. So this is not people, positions, or hours.
Yes, we looked at the collection specifically because we had already shaved hundreds of thousands of dollars off of our hourly budget in previous years.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify and be sure that I was understanding that part. Thank you so much.
All right, very good. If there are no questions, we'll go to the speakers that have been very patient and waited out there. Thank you. Start with Cecilia Harris. You have 3 minutes at the dais, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Cecilia Harris, and I'm commenting as a citizen and member of the Library Board. My focus of my comments will be on literacy in our community and the role of the library. The Santa Barbara United School District reported that 2/3 of our students are not reading at grade level. This seriously impacts our community today, and the results will be felt for years. Pupils with low literacy have more behavioral problems and social problems. Their rate of retention in high school and grade school is abysmal, and it leads to educational gaps and an increased rate of dropout. The National Assessment of Adult Literacy reported that children not reading at a grade level appropriate literacy rate at the end of the 3rd grade are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school, or they may fail to graduate, and this leads to lifetime social and economic disadvantage. It may lead to the need for public assistance in their life. And think of societal impacts and challenges. Think of the poverty, homelessness, gangs, crime. We don't have to use our imaginations very much for this. This assessment also reported that 85% of juveniles who interface with the juvenile court system are functionally low literate. The Pew Foundation found that 81% of parents who were surveyed said that libraries are very important to their children because they provide information and resources not available or not affordable at home. Obviously, like books and programs, classes, but also things like free and reliable internet and the ability to do schoolwork in a safe and thriving environment. I urge the City Council to continue to adequately fund our library so we can improve these reading skills and close the literacy gaps in Santa Barbara. As you well know, our library, as you've heard, offers many services that directly affect the opportunity to close these gaps. Access to these essential library services and programs are at risk with further reductions to funding. And if unfunded or underfunded, we cannot close these critical gaps right here in our community. We are wise as a city to invest in prevention means for health care and safety like fires and other things, but we also must seriously invest in our library to enable all of our children to achieve their full potential and to contribute positively to our wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Margaret, and I can't quite make out the last name, but you're up.
Rouse, it's Croco.
Croc, okay, I didn't know there's a C or a V or an R. I didn't want
My
to.
poor penmanship. Thank you very much.
You're a good reader, yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. My name is Margaret Croco, and I'm Chair of the Library Advisory Board. I want to thank you first for all your past support of the library. As a citizen, I respect your focus on fiscal responsibility, the need to balance budgets, and the efforts of Vision 2030. However, as a supporter of the library, I'm greatly concerned with the budget cuts that you're asking the library to make, which will harm the most vulnerable members of our community in reducing access to much-needed services and materials. The library's programs and collections address the needs of children, youth, and families, both English and Spanish speakers, those who struggle financially and need to find employment, the old and the young, who need internet access or other resources, to name just a few. The library's programs contribute to workforce development, language acquisition of English, support for those who are experiencing homelessness, and improvement of literacy, a critical need in our underperforming state, as Cece Harris has just indicated. The achievement of literacy by fourth grade, in fact, which the OG Readers program at the library supports, has been shown to predict rates of incarceration later in life. You might therefore consider literacy programs as a contribution to public safety. In fact, Police Chief Kelly Gordon has said publicly that youth programs, such as those offered by the library and Parks and Recreation, are essential tools in combating the allure of gangs to youth in our city. Once again, programs by the library contribute to public safety and prevention of other community problems both today and in the future. To make the proposed cuts to the library's budget will not only slash the collections budget, but also will reduce service hours at the East Side and Central locations. I respectfully request that the City Council consider use of Measure C funds to address the proposed cuts to the library and to expand hours at East Side and Central. The library is an indispensable part of the social and educational infrastructure of our city, and thus falls squarely within the purview of Measure C's utilization, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Trujillo.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Lauren Trujillo, and I'm the Foundation Director of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. I want to thank you for valuing the Santa Barbara Public Library and for recognizing the essential services that the library provides our community. Your standing ovation last week during National Library Week was so powerful and just shows your support, so thank you for that. Your ongoing public-private partnership with the library and the foundation has helped to transform our library, providing our city with the vital children's library and the new library plaza opening in October. Community members tell me that they are willing to support our library when they see that the city demonstrates financial support for critical services our library provides. Our community looks to City Hall to set a tone for what matters at the heart of our city. As you embark on this budget season, I ask that you consider your role in shaping the next era of the Santa Barbara Public Library and the continued public-private partnership. With the library's current budget, the library is not operating at capacity, and with the budget presented today, is not on track to do so after construction. Summer will be here before we know it, and children and teenagers will be home from school. While many of these kids will be privileged to attend the expansive list of summer camp activities Santa Barbara provides at a cost, many will not. Where do the kids with working caregivers and families go? Where do kids with limited resources go? Where do kids who need summer learning opportunities to get back on track the most go? These kids should be able to experience the library not just to hang out, but to learn and gather. The public library can be this place, but it will require valuable services to provide our most vulnerable residents with the equitable learning experiences they deserve. But beyond our youth and keeping them safe and protected, learners of all ages depend on the public library. A 21st century library is a community resource and not just a repository for books. The library serves 60,000 plus cardholders, 11,500 people that live below the poverty line in our city, a rate far much higher than our neighboring communities, and 14% of residents that are over the age of 25 that do not have a high school diploma. In order for our library to deliver valuable programs and services that meet our community's greatest needs, the library budget must be a priority. The Santa Barbara Public Library has been resilient through fires, mudslides, and pandemic, all while with increasingly limited staff and resources. The cuts keep coming, but the library keeps responding to the community's needs as much as possible. How long can we expect resiliency without the demonstrated commitment of City Hall? Permanent cuts to library services has been made since 2020, totaling $405,265, with no increase to operational support in the past 8 years. I ask you to please get creative and find this funding. Thank you.
Barbara Cronin-Hirschberg.
I guess I have to say good evening at this point, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I'm Barbara Cronin-Hirschberg, President of the Santa Barbara Friends of the Library. We are proud of the work we do to raise funds for the library and to increase public awareness of the important work the library does. I want to start with a personal experience that illustrates what a difference the library programs can make in a child's life. I have 2 students that I tutor using the Orton Gillingham training that I received through the library. One of them, who is a struggling 3rd grader, paused after reading a beginning phonics book and said, "I can't believe I'm reading." The library is a unique place in our community. There is no other organization in our city that is open to anyone from small children to adults, that offers free internet services, support for the unhoused, veterans, daycare providers, teens, and those struggling to find a job, and they don't charge any fees for their services. The only extra support we received over the last years is an allocation for security at the central branch and funds to hire a much-needed social worker. I am curious if we are the only city service that is asked to cut their budget every year. After years of scaling back in all areas, there is nowhere left to cut except collections, something the public really depends on. Not only has the library scaled back in every area possible, they are also looking to raise more revenue from rentals, sales of merchandise, and their ongoing used book sales. I understand the city budget is constrained due to unfunded liabilities, but because the library needs an additional $600,000 a year to employ salaried employees so that we can be open 7 days a week, we may need to start thinking about a tax measure to fund the library, something I think the public would support.
I appreciate your time and commitment, and I hope you can find some other places where you might allocate less money each year other than the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina Davis, you're our final speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse, council members, and Ms. Bjork. I've served on the Library Advisory Board since December 2021 and have learned a great deal about our library's inner workings and budget process. Our stellar professional library staff has proved time and time again that they are committed to meeting the needs of our community with essential programs, all while running an efficient operation. Thank you for recognizing them recently and for your ongoing acknowledgement of their important work. At last year's budget hearings, our dedicated Santa Barbara Library Foundation described our library as the heart and soul of the community. Not only a treasure box of books, but a treasure box of opportunity. I couldn't agree more. Our staff creates multi-generational magic within the walls of our library branches and at our parks, farmers markets, festivals, and more. Their outreach is everywhere these days, connecting with unique users and changing lives. Sadly, there's no magic in budgets. Budget season requires discussion, analysis, and often difficult decision-making. Yet budget season also invites creative solutions to seemingly insurmountable obstacles and impossible choices. Budgets reflect our values and are an opportunity to invest in our community's future. Libraries now more than ever should be considered essential community infrastructure. The Surgeon General declared loneliness the latest public health epidemic, as deadly as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Libraries build community and social connections for all, including our vulnerable seniors. According to another recent study, postpartum depression affects 1 in 7 mothers, and the pandemic had detrimental impacts on language and social skills development for our youngest community members. Our exemplary Stay and Play program provides caregiver connection and robust learning opportunities for their children. The National Center for Education Statistics finds that California has the lowest literacy rate, with 23.1% of adults lacking basic literacy skills. Yet there's always time to become literate. Lucky for us, our adult education team provides programs that meet this need. Our teens need our support, and they find that in our kind, inclusive staff, stories that reflect their lived experience, and a safe space during a challenging time. Let's invest in our superhero staff. Let's invest in education and opportunity. Let's invest in our young people and their families. Let's explore creative solutions together, and let's continue to invest in our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. Mr. Friedman, back to the council for questions, or for deliberations, or whatever you do.
All right, I'll make this brief. Again, I just want to really appreciate all that our library staff does, and I want to thank the speakers today and for your involvement in service in the library, whether it's through the foundation, through our Friends of the Library, or our City Library Advisory Board. Because you're studying the library and you understand it, and you're great advocates. And I think you said more than I'm going to say tonight. I think you said it all about the value of the library, ranging from everything from workforce development to youth services, adult literacy, Wi-Fi access for those who don't have it, and economic self-sufficiency, and what it means in terms of just the community that it brings and the public safety value of it among that. And so what I heard, and it was one of the slides, Ms. Caliente, was we had gone from having basic library services, and we were at a place a few short years ago, just prior to COVID, that we got to the community responsive library. And we have been going back, the challenges that we have, and we're getting back to a basic library. And I think our community deserves more than a basic library. And so how we get there, it's gonna require some tough decisions. And that's why I'm looking at all departments all the budgets that are coming to look at the entire picture and see how we can serve all the departments and all the services that they provide, including the library, because it's not just one department to me. It's in conjunction with all the others. And so that's what I'll be looking at over the coming weeks. And I do want to end on something very positive. Is I'm glad it was brought up that the plaza, the Michael Tobes Plaza, is still scheduled to be open on October 21st. And this is another value of the library, is we're in this transition zone on State Street and downtown, and everyone's getting a little restless of where it's going. And when that opens, it's going to be something that is going to show everybody what the possibilities, and it's going to be the first major component of permanently where downtown is going to be. And that is going to provide just a big boost to the public of what's happening downtown. And so, again, that's a value of the library in terms of economic development in downtown. So again, thank you for everyone that spoke, and I'll be looking at all the budgets, and we got a long ways to go with budget hearings, but thanks again.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to be sure I'm understanding. I do have a couple more questions, I think, first. So you've met the reduction targets with the proposal of the vehicle replacement allocation and the reduction in the digital collection. And then the slide 23, this would be, so that's meeting the target reductions, and then this would be, I'm just trying to understand, to maintain the current 42 weeks at the East Side Library would require additional funds? And can you
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, yes. So we can afford, based on the organizational charts that I went over in the beginning, we can afford 4 days at the East Side Library on status quo funding. With our ARPA funding that we currently have that expires in December of '24, and then our extra staff due to construction, we're able to open 6 days. What we would need is essentially between $75,000 and $89,000 for each of those .8 positions.
For each of the .8 positions, so that's in addition?
Correct.
After that, and that's just really to stay status quo
It's
in
to
the
keep
hours
the 42 hours that we currently have today.
that are open now. And then this other restoring is to show us how far away we are from that. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I mean, I do see the library also as one of those very primary functions of a city. I mean, I think when we're talking about getting basic, I don't want the library to become as basic as possible. I want our city functions, I think, to be really focused in on serving the community. And I do see the library as a public safety, not just what you did through the Thomas Fire and disasters and being a hub of information, but also the resilience hubs and looking at that. And as you're saying, if you don't have the relationships already built with the public and in Spanish speaking and having a place where people can find information, but also, Wi-Fi and charging and also the value of education really clearly. I mean, I know I've told these stories before, but it just sort of hit me particularly this time that, as a teen, I spent every day after school in the library, and, there wasn't a teen center, but that's where I spent hours there when the balcony was open there too, the patio. When I was a new parent, that really struck me, actually, the postpartum. I literally think story times were life-saving, and that connection with other people, mothers, the storytime pets. I mean, I spent hours there just trying to exist, really. And then when you're, after that, I tutored for about 10 years, 4 hours a day, 4 days a week at the Goleta Library. But it's also where, I raised my kids and worked and had my first income, really, that was substantial. And then my children now, my high schooler, today I'm here and she takes herself to the library. Well, not today because it's not open, but the days when she can to do the same thing. And so just hearing actually in particular, and then our discussions today with sustainability and resilience about it being Resilience Hub and building that up. and then the call to be more creative with the funding. So I'm definitely going to be looking at that when I'm thinking about where to move things around from or to suggest. It's never from the library, just but to really restore looking at that too. And I know we'll all be looking at that creatively. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you remember that conversation we had on the stairs, right? If I had it in my pocket, I'd give it to you. But just a couple of reflections. That Monday night in June is going to be pretty miserable. So, but I wanted to thank you for by far what I think I will look back at that time and say the best presentation of a budget department that I've seen. I've sat here for some, I've sat here for some others as planning commissioner, and I was at points uplifted. At the same time, I was being poked in the back. And I think that's exactly the point you're trying to make, is that there are some miserable choices to make here that affect each one of us and the community. I'm chafing at that slide where you go from concierge to basic, because we shouldn't even be talking about sliding backwards from whatever it was to basic, because none of those, I think, today characterize today's library in a community. They're really more of a your parents' kind of library, maybe my library, because I'm getting as old as my parents too. The mayor's kind of library. Okay, so but they're a historical type of library presence in the community, and we and all other libraries have evolved well past that, and that's the struggle, that the need is there and growing exponentially for many, many, many things that historically aren't fitting into those labels of what a library looked like or did. So I just want to thank you for that presentation. I think, again, I'll look back on that and say this was the most engaging and humanistic presentation of any of them. It didn't have the usual blue stripes and fields on it, and I think that's exactly the point you have to make to try and get to where you need to go. So thank you for that.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you for all your efforts and everything you do for the community. I'm one of those kids that grew up at the library, so I appreciate it. And correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say you operate a preschool? Do you operate a preschool out of the library, or am I thinking about something else?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, we offer several early literacy classes that target children in the 0 to 5 age, including an innovative grant-funded project called Stay and Play, which is wraparound services. So we invite guests to educate or provide resources to friends, family, and neighbor caregivers to really support the whole family. So it's social connection for the caregivers, early literacy for the parents, access to other resources.
Okay.
And I believe what you might have mentioned with regards, or heard with regards to preschool, is that Mercy, our social services support worker, has been instrumental in getting many of the families with babies in there to understand their options for free preschool education, to enroll in Head Start, or to know that SB Unified offers preschools and how to navigate that system, or other questions. Because these families are not yet connected to the school district, they don't have as many resources that the school district provides in terms of that social services navigation. So we really, for instance, at Thanksgiving time, had as many families receive turkeys and the meals from Unity Shop as some of the elementary schools, but they were all caregivers of children under 5.
Gotcha. Have you thought about operating a preschool out of the library?
We haven't. There's some regulatory issues with providing childcare, and I learned a lot about them when we did the project with Women's Economic Ventures to look at what it takes to operate a childcare business.
Okay. Well, thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
All right, very good. Well, once again, great presentation, and thank you to all the speakers. And with that, we stand adjourned.